Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Thanks for being here. We're going to get started in just a couple of minutes, well, 1 minute. And as usual, just want to come in here and remind you of a few things. First of all, we've got a great show today. We're going to be reviewing the State of the Union. We got clips out the wazoo. It's going to be a good time. Just a little heads up, of course, YouTube will only be receiving half of the live broadcast. If you'd like to catch the other half, you got to find it somewhere else. We've gotten emails, people like, hey, man, I'm just too lazy to switch over. I'm like, hey, that's okay. It's up to you. You're missing the show. We just can't do the full show on YouTube, or else we will end up doing none of the show on YouTube. So if you want to catch both parts of the show, make sure to follow us in some other location that you'll find at CanaryCry.Party. Woo! Thank you to everybody who's signed up for the text message alert system. The text message just went out, and if you want to join the text message alert system, you'll see a number on the screen. Just text Canary to that number. All right. Other than that, let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. We are live to tape, March 2nd, 2022. This is episode 453, and today, TOHU SOTU. Razzle dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And do you have any idea what the show title means, Basil?
Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit? Really?
Well, I know what SOTU is.
What's SOTU?
That's the State of the Union.
Very good.
Yeah.
And what TOHU?
TOHU. Tom Overton has urinitis.
Sure, yeah. Maybe something Trump says later about people from Uranus. No, it comes from, and I was trying to come up with, I come up with titles and stuff and try to be creative. In Genesis 1:2, the earth was formless and void. You know that line? Mm-hmm. Formless and void. Tohu vavohu. So I was like, oh, this is formless. It's confusing. There's emptiness in this State of the Union. So tohu vasotu instead of tohu vavohu.
Wow,
formless
that is
and void.
Some deep, some lot of layers to that. But very impressive.
Hey,
good job, Gonzo.
My brain has weird things in it, that weird angles and connections. Jeremiah 4:23 actually has the same phrase, tohu vavohu, but it's actually in the prophecies of the destruction of Israel back in Jeremiah's time. And so after the destruction, tohu vavohu, which leads some people to believe that Genesis passage is also after some kind of destruction.
Wow.
So big God's great reset compared to, this little one that Klaus and crew are trying to pull off. But anyway, that's where the title comes from.
That's cool. I like that. I got to remember that. Tohu vavohu.
Yeah.
And does it mean after the destruction, or what does it mean?
It literally is formless and void.
Formless and void.
Formless and void, yeah. And it's kind of
sounds like a cool tattoo somebody could get.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, it's an interesting rabbit hole when you go down that study of timelines in the Bible and stuff like that. Wow. But anyway,
I like it. Good job. Thank you very much. Adds some like academic and deep ancient feel to today's show, as if Joe Biden didn't add enough ancient feel to the show.
Yeah. Something came over me last night. I don't know what happened, but I sat through the State of the Union and I edited all these parts and tried to clip everything down. And it just so happens that landed on about 33 clips. So are we going to play 33 clips today? Who knows?
We must. We must.
We might.
It won't work unless we do. Okay, well, wonderful. We should start out with our lead story here. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Fight for Ukraine. Ukraine. New world order.
Russia.
Nice. Is that one of our new Ukraine jingles?
Yeah, we got a official Ukraine jingle. We'll be thanking the producer during the breaks, but yeah.
Indeed, yes, and very important because surely we'll be talking about Ukraine for at least months, possibly years right now. But back to our main lead story here. This is coming from Newsweek. And I just had to bring it to the show because there's some very interesting layers of the PSYOP involved here. But let me read a little bit to you. The headline is Shocking Lessons U.S. Military Leaders Learned by Watching Putin's Invasion. Okay, shocking lessons. A little bit of clickbait there, but let's see what they have to say. Russia's military is weak and backwards.
Oh, that doesn't reek of propaganda right from the first line there.
Good start. Weak and backwards. Yeah. Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine produced this paradigm-shifting surprise, one that should transform the West's view of Russia's prowess, the threat that the country represents, and the Kremlin's future in the global arena. After just one day of fighting, Russia's ground force lost most of its initial momentum, undermined by shortages of fuel, ammunition, and even food, but also because of a poorly trained and led force. Russia began to compensate for the weaknesses of its land army with a more long-range air, missile, and artillery strikes, and President Putin resorted to a nuclear threat, a reaction, U.S. military experts say, to the failure of Moscow's conventional forces to make quick progress on the ground. Other military observers are flabbergasted that the Russian invasion force, fully prepared and operating from Russian soil, has been able to move just tens of miles into the adjoining country. One retired U.S. Army general told Newsweek in an email, quote, "We know that Russia has a plotting army and that Russian military force has always been a blunt instrument, but why risk the antipathy of the entire planet if you have no prospect of achieving even minimal gains? The Army general believes that the only explanation is that the Kremlin overestimated its own forces." Quote, "I believe that at the heart of Russian military thinking is how Marshal Zhukov marched across Eastern Europe to Berlin." A former high-level CIA official told Newsweek. A lot of CIA talk in a couple of articles this week, or this show rather, and which is great because if they're quoting a CIA official, you're getting some sort of, just straight up propaganda. Yeah. They are a propaganda outlet. So that's what makes it fun to sort of analyze. So there you go. The high-level CIA official told Newsweek in an interview, Zhukov's orders were to line up the artillery and flatten everything ahead of you, he says. Then send in the peasant army to kill or rape anyone left alive. Subtle, the Russians are not. He's referring to, what was it, World War II? World War II, yeah. In the short term, Russia's military failures in Ukraine increased the threat of escalation, including the possibility of the use of nuclear weapons. But in the longer term, if escalation doesn't worsen and the Ukrainian conflict can be contained, Russian conventional military weakness upends any assumptions that the geopolitical strategists, even those inside the U.S. government, make about Russia as a military threat. For the United States and the West, the stumbling Ukraine invasion recalls the collapse of the Soviet Union, an eye-opening moment when it became clear that a supposedly unstoppable military shrouded in a crumbling economy and a weak political and human base. It seems, three decades later, that few lessons have been learned. Moscow continues to invest in hardware at the cost of ignoring the human dimension of warfare and the human dimensions of the strength of the nation state. Russian leaders have also ignored the reality that success in the information age, even military success, demands education, open initiative, and even freedom. Oh, if only Russia had freedom, their army would be better.
I've noticed that the idea of pushing freedom has gone down on the ladder of like importance. It seems like, and we'll notice this too in the speech, the Biden speech, but yeah, freedom's not really cool anymore. It's more about winning in the information age.
Yes, but Gonz, with freedom, your army is better.
No, but we make rules for you. It's for your best interest.
That's, of course, how they would like it to. Yes, freedom, of course, has a different meaning nowadays. All right, one more article, and then I'll summarize. I'm sorry, one more paragraph, and then I'll summarize the rest. Quote, no dictator or authoritarian who wants to maintain power ever wants to instill too much skill in subordinate military leaders, the retired army general wrote to Newsweek. Whether it be Saddam Hussein or Vladimir Putin, the officer says, too much skill on the part of military subordinates is seen as increasing the likelihood of a coup. Yeah, okay. So the long and short of this, and it's a rather long analysis and really fascinating, especially if you like, military literature, strategy,
military history,
history,
the art of war,
exactly, military history. They kind of break down the whole strategy that's happened over the past couple days here. But the long and short of it is, and I didn't know this, but this article claims that the Russian army is a conscripted army. It's not a volunteer army like the U.S. So, it's not quite. I mean, it's something akin to a draft. Right. So you have all these Russian soldiers who are conscripted.
They're probably not super stoked about doing what they're being told to do.
Yeah, they're conscripted into the army. They're given minimal training, and then they're sort of just told what to do. And that's where that freedom aspect comes in. Because what we have, the explanation provided by this CIA propaganda in Newsweek is that this conscripted army in Russia is filled with soldiers who barely know what they're doing, don't want to be there, and a lot of them are surrendering. A lot of them are giving up. They're refusing to fight. They're just not a very effective ground force.
Yeah, but that could be the great misdirection.
Of course. Well, and that's
especially because the tactics are so arcane at this point.
Exactly,
rolling in with tanks and stuff. It's like, it is effective in one sense, but also it's like that's not kind of what warfare is anymore. It's effective theater now, especially now. Yeah,
is what it is. Right, and so part of me, so let me finish and we'll finish with the analysis. So that's kind of the long and short of what this article is talking about. The soldiers are not well trained, even though they have some superior technology and weapons. A really cool gun is not worth that much in the hands.
This gun tracks your number of bullets you fire.
Right. Yeah. It's not. Well, they have a Kalashnikov that has its own brain, because the problem, the biggest problem with infantry is that most of the guys in an infantry don't really, especially a conscripted army, they don't really want to kill anybody. They're not like cold hard killers, not all of them, and they don't hit a lot of things because they don't want to. Yeah, they kind of just
purposely miss, or
this is a classic military history problem. And so they have this sort of AI powered Kalashnikov that pulls the trigger for them.
That makes sense, and also it's sort of the argument for Hello, excuse me.
Do you have a baby arriving? Yes.
Yeah, not a baby, but
Okay. See, it's funny because the baby doesn't want to be called baby, but also Gonz doesn't want me to call it a baby.
okay. So what was I saying? I forget what I was saying. Something about.
Okay, let me continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because we'll wrap this up. So that's the long and short of it. Is it's been an ineffective. Some of the numbers, and that's how the Ukrainian civilian volunteers have been able to be so effective against the Russian conscripted army. Because they just don't want to be there. Many of them are giving up. The casualties are much higher on the Russian side. They've lost more Russian soldiers in 3 days than America lost in Afghanistan in 20 years. The Ukrainian volunteer civilian army has destroyed something like close to 800 armored vehicles and tanks and things like that, using IEDs and stuff like that. Whereas I think Russia was boasting that they've taken out 80 Ukrainian armored vehicles. So the numbers are just staggering how poorly this invasion has actually gone. Yes, you have something to say?
I was just going to say that what I was going to mention before, I kind of missed what you were talking about there. I was talking about a kid. But it's an argument for that, creating that kind of hive mind, talking about an AI pulling the trigger instead of people. Like the people are just kind of there to be the, I don't know, the bodies, the nodes of the hive mind. You know? So you're not really thinking for yourself. It does lend credence to creating a military in that form.
And the CIA propaganda here actually talks a little bit about what you're talking about. It says here, quote, the synergy of coordinated attacks and effects, the senior officer said, quote, have not been achieved. As an example, the officer says the point of attacking air defenses is to hit the central nodes and connections between launchers and early warning systems so that the whole system collapses. Quote, the Russians seem to be focusing on piecemeal attacks because the choreography of a coordinated attack seems too complex for them to pull off. So the point being that they are not well choreographed. Right. They're not working as a hive mind. The leadership is not, not working together.
They're not rowing in the same direction.
Exactly. So it's not looking good. And so there's a bunch more details about this. It's a very fascinating article. Everybody should go read. But at the very least, the CIA is wanting the public to believe that Russia is not actually a military threat, a real military threat. Well, there's a couple of reasons I think this could be. This puts the nuclear threat of Putin putting his nuclear team on high alert or combat ready or whatever. They talk about how Putin is being sort of put into a corner. The fact that the army, the invasion is not going well was the reason he sort of extemporaneously started launching long-range missile attacks, artillery attacks, and airstrikes. And the fact that it's not going well is what has Putin on edge and threatening nuclear war.
They would have us believe.
They would have us believe. This is what the CIA wants us to believe. Whether it's true or not remains to be seen. And so I'll end it with this conclusion, which is the conclusion of the article. For Washington, this display of Russian military weakness should be comforting in terms of Moscow's true military threat to Europe. At the same time, though, it exposes the need for a different national security strategy, one that doesn't imagine Russia as a military equal, and one that doesn't push Vladimir Putin's back against a wall. And that's where we are. That's how we got here, and that's where we are. And I think it's in that context, it's important to now go through the State of the Union, which we will do in just a moment. But before that, let's thank everybody for being here and remind them what day it is.
Oh, you want to go there? Okay.
That's where we're going.
All right.
It's next on the list.
Well, I know, but I was going to mention how this whole thing is just one big psyop.
Psyops.
So
there you go.
That's all.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Hey guys, know what day it is? It's Wednesday. Time for the CanaryCry News Talk. Yeehaw!
The war continues, Gonz. Hit that other one.
For the OGs.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
There you go. Yes. Well, thanks for being here, everybody. This is kind of a special show, a little bit unusual, but we've got, like was mentioned earlier in the show, we've got like 30, I think maybe 33 clips.
Yeah, that was not planned, by the way.
Not
it was kind
planned.
of just happened.
It just happened to be that there were 33 important things for us to bring to the show. So it'll be a clip bonanza from the State of the Union address, and thankfully, and maybe surprisingly or unsurprisingly, fits really well in with segments of the show that we do already.
Right.
So this episode of Canary Cry News Talk brought to you directly from Squinty Joe.
Yay.
Do you have any personal updates that we all need to know about before we move on?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not much. There's
I only
just
have
a lot
one.
of show. Yeah.
Yeah. My right arm is in so much pain.
Oh, what happened?
So much pain.
I told you not to get that mark on the right hand. I tried to warn you about it for years. You don't listen.
The doctor said that it would make my muscles so big. I just could not resist.
Yeah, even the elite would be, not the elite, the elect. The elect would be deceived.
It'll happen. Luckily, today is not that day. But I got a bow and arrow.
Oh,
I'm getting into the old compound bow situation.
I like that.
Yeah, it was fun. I played around with it all weekend. Shooting arrows, was really bad at it.
Okay,
really,
so
really bad.
You need to combine hobbies. You need to bring the bow and arrow to the ice skating rink and roller skating rink, and you know what to do.
Yeah. Well, self-defense is a right here in America. But yes, so I got into shooting bows. It's pretty fun. I feel like I'm connecting with the long history of human ranged lethality.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not shooting them very far right now. In fact, I actually had to bring the tension down because those compound bows are pretty gnarly.
You're kind of more of an axe wielding kind of.
Well, here's the big problem. I started at 80 pounds, which is not very much. I mean, that's sort of like a beginner resistance amount. And it wasn't that I had trouble pulling it back or doing any of that. It's that when I missed the target, which was almost every time at first, it was just going so far, and I got tired of chasing them. So I brought it down to about 50 pounds. So when I miss the target, it doesn't go too far. But after 3 days of pretty much shooting that bow like 2 or 3 hours a day, I finally can pretty consistently hit the target. And also I have completely destroyed my right arm, which is so sore. It's as if I was lifting, 50-pound weight over and over for 3
Well, you need to be ambidextrous,
3 hours, 3 days.
You got to be the archer that can flip sides, You never know what side the enemy's going to come from.
And I need to do it. I need to be able to ride a horse, maybe an ostrich.
And skate. There's a lot going on.
Work on my Scythian warrior skills.
Yep.
So anyways, that's what I did with my weekend.
Fun.
Not weekend, but actually, yeah, it was the weekend. My arm has been hurting since Monday. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's my update, everybody. You can get the fan art going on that if you'd like. But other than that, Gonz, I need to do a quick check because usually this is where we thank our executive or associate executive producers of the show. And as of this exact moment, we have no executive or associate executive producers for the State of the Union thing. So we got nobody to thank right now.
It's okay.
Does this mean that Joe Biden is the executive producer?
Yay, no. Joe. No, maybe it's Flippy.
Maybe it's Flippy. Well, We'll hold out. There's still
Okay.
time
All right.
for an executive or an associate executive to come in. And if somebody comes in before the break, we'll stop the show and thank them because they will be the hero for the day.
Cool. Okay.
And you know who's our hero every day?
Right.
It's Flippy.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
It's time for the Flippy update. If you don't know, Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world, just how there's nothing we can do about it. Okay? Well, today. Okay. You hear me?
You've done the line so many times. You're starting to get a little angry at the people, they don't get it yet.
I'm angry at myself. I forgot the friend part. He's becoming our best friend, of course.
Maybe you feel betrayed is why.
Yes. Flippy is not caring for my emotional needs. What is the point of all this science? Well, let's get into it. This is coming from SciTech Daily, and the headline is How to Help Humans Understand Robots to Collaborate Faster and More Effectively. Which this may not seem like a strange headline to you, but Flippy update connoisseurs and devotees will notice a flippening happening here on the Flippy update. This is no longer how to help robots understand humans, how to help robots interact with humans, how robots can change to better fit into human society. No, this is how to help humans understand robots to collaborate faster and more effectively. They've
it's
finally
not a
done it.
robot problem. It's a us
human problem.
Yeah.
The robots are fine, perfect creations of the new gods of this world, scientists. So now the humans have to change for the robots. So I'm just going to get a little bit into it, and then we'll summarize and talk about it. Theories from cognitive science and psychology could help humans learn to collaborate with robots faster and more effectively. Scientists find. They found this, Gonz. This is not like an opinion the scientists have here. We are presenting a discovery.
They found a fact.
Scientists who study human-robot interaction often focus on understanding human intentions from a robot's perspective, so the robot learns to cooperate with people more effectively. But human-robot interaction is a two-way street, and the human also needs to learn how the robot behaves. Yeah, see? Starts out with robots being a tool for humans to make their lives better. And now it's a two-way street, Gonz. It's a relational situation between us and the robots. No longer is it an object for us to employ, but it is a being, an entity with which we must learn how to cooperate.
Okay.
Thanks to decades of cognitive science and educational psychology research, scientists have a pretty good handle on how humans learn new concepts. So researchers at MIT and Harvard University collaborated to apply well-established theories of human concept learning to challenges in human-robot interaction. They examined past studies that focused on humans trying to teach robots new behaviors. The researchers identified opportunities where these studies could have incorporated elements from two complementary cognitive science theories into their methodologies. So again, we're talking about cognitive science for humans. How do we manipulate humans into behaving better to the robots? They used examples from these works to show how the theories can help humans form conceptual models of robots more quickly, accurately, and flexibly, which could improve their understanding of a robot's behavior.
Conceptual models of robots. Interesting.
Oh yeah, that's the first clue. You caught on to it. Humans who build more accurate mental models of a robot are often better collaborators, which is especially important when humans and robots work together in high-stakes situations, like manufacturing and healthcare, says Serena Booth, a graduate student in the Interactive Robotics Group of the Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory and lead author of the paper. Quote, whether or not we try to help people build conceptual models of robots, they will build them anyway, and these conceptual models could be wrong. This can put people in serious danger. It is important that we use everything we can to give that person the best mental model they can build, which is a pretty spooky statement coming from one of the researchers here. Oh, if humans don't know how to act around robots, they could be in serious danger.
What kind of danger is she
talking about? What have we been saying the whole time, man? You got to be nice to these robots or they'll turn on you. Booth and her advisor, Julia Shaw, an MIT professor of aeronautics and astronautics and the director of the Interactive Robotics Group, co-authored this paper in collaboration with researchers from Harvard. Elena Glassman, 08, MNG, 11, PhD, 16, an assistant professor of computer science at Harvard, John A. Paulson School of Engineering and Applied. Oh my gosh.
Okay, yes, people did it.
This is a whole paragraph of explaining who two people are. I'm going to skip that whole paragraph. Just a couple more. A theoretical approach. The researchers analyzed 35 research papers on human-robot teaching using two key theories. The analogical transfer theory suggests that humans learn by analogy.
Humans. Yeah.
Yeah. Did I not say humans?
Humans learn. You said human learn by analogy.
Okay. Humans learn by analogy. When a human interacts with a new domain or concept, they implicitly look for something familiar they can use to understand the new entity. Yeah. The variation theory of learning argues that strategic variation can reveal concepts that might be difficult for a person to discern otherwise. It suggests that humans go through a 4-step process when they interact with a new concept: repetition, contrast, generalization, and variation. And I'll stop reading there and I'll summarize the rest because it gets pretty dense. The long story short is this analogical transfer theory is the idea that we learn by analogy, which is when we see a new entity, we have
to relate it to something we already understand.
Right. We recall it to an experience we had before. And, that's why analogies in general are so effective. That's why analogies show up in storytelling and movies and books and even Jesus would tell analogies in the parables.
Right.
So it's a very effective way of learning, but it's also sort of this, back door into the human psyche or the human mind is using these analogies. So the long story short, they're sort of, they would like to find a way to create analogies for robots to help humans better act around robots. They're done making the robots bend to the human experience or to the human will. Now it's humans' turn to learn how to better act around the robots, and doing this through analogies.
See, what I'm trying to think of an example. Did they come up with an example of this? Because is it some kind of like a human action, maybe like being curled up in the fetal position in the corner, like, a robot that's turned off is the same as when you're feeling depressed or something. You know what I mean? Or is it?
Yeah. They do give an example.
Okay.
And I'll give you that example now. Let's see how quickly I can scan this and find the exact spot, because my highlighter broke on my browser. So I have to just remember these things. Hold on. I'll do this. I'll do this the easy way. But I find it really interesting, especially because we know how the social engineering works, whereas, it's a subtle backdoor experience trying to socially engineer large populations, and it's done through things like stories, like narratives, sometimes put into sort of realistic terms like the news, and other times in movies. Yes, and I have this here. These cognitive science theories could also improve physical robot design. This is an example of the analogy. If a robotic arm resembles a human arm, come on, Flippy's here, baby, but moves in ways that are different from human motion, people will struggle to build accurate mental models of the robot, Booth explains, as suggested by analogical transfer theory, because people map what they know, a human arm, to the robotic arm. If the movement doesn't match, people can be confused and have difficulty learning to interact with the robot. This arm doesn't move like human arm.
I don't know about
this
that.
Difficult.
This is... I don't know about this explanation of things.
Well, and
Booth.
the point, the fun part is they talk about physical movement of a robot arm, but I think it's even deeper than that. I think we're talking about emotional analogies.
Yeah.
And we had a producer send in a perfect example of this, which we'll break down next episode. We didn't have time to prepare it for this episode, but we'll bring up this analogical transfer theory. Focus on the Family created a cartoon series. I don't have the name of it right in front of me, where they just aired the very last episode of this cartoon series. And, it's a Christian cartoon meant for kids to teach them Christian lessons.
Adventures in Odyssey.
That's what it is. A classic. Adventures. Can you believe they're still making Adventures in Odyssey, people? Gonz, you came to the faith a little later, but as a child and as a Christian child in America, Adventures in Odyssey were like the cartoon you were allowed to watch no matter what. And usually you just get them in these gigantic VHS box sets.
So they had an episode called Drake and the Aberrant Automaton.
Yes, and we are going to break that down next episode. But it is an analogy, as Adventures in Odyssey is. They are cartoon analogies for kids to learn Christian principles. This analogy was about robots. It was about androids. It was about an android sort of struggling to fit in with a human family. And, of course, they're scared. They go through the whole emotional roller coaster of what this robot means. And from what we are led to believe, the Focus on the Family children's analogy cartoon series ends with a robot becoming a part of the family.
Yeah,
finding love.
It's the Pinocchio thing too, Yeah,
it's basically a different version of Pinocchio. But there you go, talking about the analogies that will teach humans how to better interact with robots and usher in the new age of robotic personhood, in which we can love and befriend our metal friends without, much resistance from the population.
And from metal friends to, I don't know.
Metal friends.
Metal friends that need to help out the president.
Yeah, let's check in with the State of the Union address from Squinty Joe.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
Let me play this 9-second clip at the beginning. It's a news report. And this is more of a visual, okay? So I'm sorry, audio listeners. Just imagine a picture of Joe Biden and the promotion of the State of the Union popping up as the report is being given by this lady.
And no arrests have been made.
A 71-year-old man is accused of inappropriately touching a 12-year-old girl at the Walmart in West Mifflin Sunday afternoon.
Whoopsie daisies. For those who are just listening, this was, as you heard, a 71-year-old man got busted for something.
Touching a 12-year-old girl
touching a 12-year-old girl. And the image that comes up on the news report is Joe Biden. A picture of Joe Biden.
State of the Union.
State of the Union address. Just a little whoopsie daisies from the control room there. Man. But it was pretty hilarious.
Yeah. Okay, so let's dive into all these clips here because I don't know what came over me. I just decided to sit through all of it and just find the good moments, but also
you did it
moments
for us, Gonz.
I sacrificed sleep for this.
Yes.
So Biden was off to a riveting start here.
Tonight we meet as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, but most importantly, as Americans.
If you were playing a drinking game last night, you were not going to work today. With Biden's speech here, like anytime he slurred or anytime he misspoke or something like that, I think he was trying to say tonight we meet, but it sounded like to might me meet to me. But
to might me meet.
Tonight we meet.
Okay, so there's one. He was off to a blistering start there, and then let's get into some Ukraine Putin stuff. Oh, hold on, come on.
Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia, 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 Russia.
Fight for Ukraine, Ukraine, new world order.
Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people.
A lot of people in Ukrainian gear and stuff like that. I think there was a representative there too. But there you go. A mall of Ukrainians.
A mall of Ukrainians.
A mall of Ukrainian people that he met. He messes up Ukrainian a lot. For a guy that helped install people and give them billions of dollars, he should be able to pronounce the country better.
Well, I know. And that's kind of the fun. Again, remember the context of the sort of CIA message of how bumbling Russia is funny when he starts talking about how great this has gone for NATO.
Yeah.
But also, remember, keep in mind Biden's long history of business interests, of corrupt political dealings in Ukraine, of Hunter Biden, of all these things. Yeah. That's all in the context of what he's saying here. Okay.
Yep. He's talking about dictators' cost to America and the world here.
We, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. Throughout our history, we've learned this lesson. When dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the cost, the threats to America to the world keeps rising. That's why the NATO alliance was created, to secure peace and stability in Europe after World War II.
Okay, there you go.
What are we listening to there?
I mean, that's it. Talking about dictators here.
Okay.
Let's move on. I'm going to try to get through. We have a lot to get through.
Plow through.
Yeah. There'll be moments to stop and comment on things. Other times we'll let it sit there. This is talking about confronting Putin.
Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked.
Oh, right there. So, totally unprovoked. Is that? Come on. Do we not?
Yeah,
do people...
that is not quite true. I mean, he was provoked by the threat of putting Ukraine into NATO.
Yeah, I mean, that's at the very least. And then if we're talking further back in history, anyway.
He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond.
Shot of Abe Lincoln.
He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong. We are ready. We are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united. We prepared.
we are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united.
Extensively and carefully. We spent months building coalitions of other freedom-loving nations in Europe and the Americas, from America to the Asian and African continents.
What?
To confront Putin.
It's a lot of stuff to confront Putin. The Asian Africans,
the
Freedies. Yeah. Okay. Here's him talking about countless hours. I want to know if you think this is a slip or what is going on here.
Like many of you, I spent countless hours unifying our European allies. We shared with the world in advance what we knew Putin was planning and precisely how we would try to falsify and justify his aggression.
Falsify and justify his aggression.
Falsify his aggression.
So,
yeah.
What?
That's a pretty weird thing to
falsify and justify his aggression?
No, falsify is what Biden tried to do about his aggression.
I know. It's just weird that it's a juxtaposition or a contrasting thing if you're saying you're going to falsify, but then you're justifying it. I wonder what the prompter said. You know, that's my question.
Yeah, maybe he was the falsify was that the false flag? Maybe he's trying to refer to the false flags or something.
Yeah. Falsify and justify his aggression. We countered Russia's lies with the truth.
Oh.
And now that he's acted. The free world is holding him accountable.
The free world.
Along with 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as countries like the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, even Switzerland. Are inflicting pain on Russia and supporting the people of Ukraine. Putin is now isolated from the world more than he has ever been. Together,
standing O. Putin is more isolated than any man, standing O.
He's ever been. The Switzerland thing was interesting. Switzerland, traditionally, neutral country, especially when it comes. Officially registered as neutral, even when it comes to NATO.
Yeah.
Went ahead and banned all Russian banking. So all the oligarchs with their money in Swiss bank accounts.
Yeah,
they're all cut off. It's like a whole thing.
How much do they depend on Russia for fuel and energy and stuff?
That is a great question. I don't know. I don't think that's their biggest concern.
Right. I'm just curious.
Yeah. So, but again, remember, we are talking about the New World Order, which, remember, we've been living in the New World Order for a while. Versus whatever Putin is doing.
Right.
So, it's kind of like an all hands on deck type of situation. Nobody can be seen not condemning Russia, not because of some geopolitical interest they may have, but because of the New World Order interest. It's a statement on this is outside of the norms, outside of how the world runs now. And that's why it's such a big deal that Switzerland would do literally anything to get involved.
I had this clip about the airspace, and you thought it was something else, but I have it here. Just all the things that they're doing.
We're cutting off Russia's largest banks in the international financial system, preventing Russia's central bank from defending the Russian ruble. The Russian ruble, making Putin's $630 billion war fund worthless. We're choking Russia's access.
We're choking them.
We're choking Russia's access to technology that will sap its economic strength and weaken its military.
Sap or zap, you think?
Sap its economic strength and weaken.
Makes sense.
We're choking Russia's access to technology that will sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who bilked billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States... I mean it.
What is this cheering? They must have. That is hilarious. The cheer. Maybe play that again. Oh, there it goes. Okay, they're showing it. This cheering is just out of control. I mean, they must have sent out a mass text beforehand. Like, hey, everybody, okay, we need to send a message to the world and to Putin,
the State
to Russia.
of the Union always has this, but it's not like every other line or something, or at least it didn't seem like it when I remember the last few that we've seen. So anyway, the
unification. Funny. The point I want to make is there is a theater of unification.
Yes.
He keeps talking about how, Putin has unified the U.S. He's done more to unify the U.S. than anybody else. Yes, including you, Biden, by the way.
Right.
Even though that was like your campaign promise or whatever.
Right.
So, when you think about the games being played here, this theater of unity is not just for us to be like, oh, wow, we're finally one country again because we have an enemy. It's the old playbook. Common enemy unifies the country.
Right.
But it's also theater for Putin. Like, oh, look, we're stronger than ever because we are together. Your Russian troll farms are not separating us.
Especially as we go through, Biden definitely throws some bones to the Republicans and, makes it seem like he's bringing the parties together like he promised.
Mm-hmm.
So, but back to this, all the stuff.
Okay.
The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're
the lagging.
joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy.
Why are you cheering for this? There has to be an applause sign.
It goes for a while,
too. He has no idea what's coming.
He has no idea what's coming.
Theater. We're gonna take their yachts. Yeah, take their yachts. We're not gonna let them fly into our country. Yeah, keep the Russians out of there. We hate Russian airplanes. We're gonna freeze their bank accounts. Yeah, give us all the money. It's just like an insane display of this wild applause.
The people had to stand up, sit down. I mean, this was more than like a Catholic church service. This was crazy how many times they had to stand up and clap and sit down. And, I wanted to go through this too, because for the New World Order Fantasy League game, this is like a big place to really get a moment for everybody, AOC had a moment. Yes. We'll go through some of the people that had their moment to stand up.
It's like the Grammys. Yeah,
it is. It's like the Grammys for politics. It's
the audience cameras,
Yes.
They'll just switch over the camera to, get them. There's AOC. Get her reaction.
Right.
Okay, go get this guy's reaction.
Yeah. Did you want to mention or talk about real briefly this drone thing here? Because with all the stuff going on,
I'll just mention it.
Sure.
We don't need to read too much of it, but this was another article from Newsweek again, and as it ties into the CIA, as we sort of talk about the propaganda involved in all of this, again in the context not just of the Ukraine crisis, not just in the context of Biden and Ukraine, but also in the context of our 20 years of drone activity and the CIA's role in propaganda, even coming out of the pandemic here. The headline, again, this is from Newsweek. The headline is Russian missteps open door for Biden to wage secret drone war in Ukraine.
Hey, that sounds familiar.
Drone strikes have saved lives.
Yeah.
Can we shoot them down if over our property?
Drones.
Like his old boss.
Mm-hmm. Russia's inability or unwillingness to close the skies over Ukraine has presented a potential opportunity for the United States to conduct a secret drone campaign in the conflict-ravaged
How is
country.
it secret if you're blasting it on Newsweek?
So secret. The Russians don't read Newsweek. You know this. Current and former U.S. military officials familiar with the nation's drone program tell Newsweek. In the chaos on the ground in Ukraine, these sources said it would be possible to obscure who is flying the unmanned aerial combat systems
Ooh.
And at the same time, avoid belying Biden's public promises not to send U.S. troops to take on Russian soldiers. Quote, Biden's statement about no U.S. service members in Ukraine opens the door wide to covert drones, as well as CIA paramilitary in the country, one former senior U.S. intelligence officer told Newsweek. Okay. So again, there's a whole article about how exactly it would work, how we could fly drones over Ukraine and fight this war secretly and covertly. Again, another fascinating article, but it is all revolving around these CIA operations. So we have another instance of this CIA propaganda being put out by Newsweek. And the CIA paramilitary. So, we might not have soldiers on the ground, but, we'll have little CIA teams running around covertly, pulling off little secret missions, which I think is very interesting in the context of, there's probably some pretty sensitive files, documents, things regarding Hunter Biden's corruption in Ukraine, the Biden family's business dealings, all sorts of stuff going on in that country that would be pretty convenient, or it'd be inconvenient for the Russians to get their hands on. So, you got to get your little CIA paramilitary in there, and you can't have a CIA paramilitary operating without any air support. Yeah. So that's where the drones come in. You need drones for surveillance, reconnaissance. They talk about all this in the article, but even potentially lethal force by these drones. Yeah. And, again, okay, yeah, I totally believe that there's CIA paramilitary pulling little secret missions right now, doing some cleanup. Oh, yeah, and they're 100%. Probably already is at least reconnaissance surveillance drones flying overhead.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. But, it's weird that in this time when any kinetic conflict between Russia and U.S. Perceived right now could literally result in a nuclear missile getting fired, as the U.S. and Russia would officially be at war.
Right.
So the fact that they're talking about this so flippantly is like, oh yeah, we could do this. We could probably get away with it. And if they find us, we'll just tell them that it's the Ukraine's drones. We donated it to the Ukraine. And just publishing it as if it's not going to exacerbate the situation.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
They're either wanting to exacerbate the situation, or it's just complete propaganda for one reason or another, or both.
And the same players are at the State of the Union here.
Yep.
Let's see. This one's labeled, let me be clear, U.S. not fighting Ukraine. Oh, this one was weird, too. This is 18 second.
But let me be clear. Our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine.
Conflict.
The
clownfict.
The clownfict. You're right. I mean, the truth wants to come out, man. It's not a conflict. It's a clownflict.
Engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine.
Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine. Really, Biden? Let me be clear. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
okay.
really good news.
Pretty sure that was clear, but okay.
That would cause more problems than it would solve, for sure.
Not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west.
Yeah, so he's okay. All right.
Again, it might be the truth coming out in regards to the CIA paramilitary kind of going in and, doing the cleanup job, making sure that intelligence doesn't get in the hands of the Russians. They might need to do some things that the Ukrainians don't want them to do. So.
Well, it's interesting because if you are a one world government person, you would want to consolidate in any way, shape, or form. So even if there is tension, if it drives Russian expansion westward, I mean, they already have it with certain infrastructure, but like more geopolitically, then yeah, great, consolidate, and then we will consolidate you later. You know, that kind of thinking. Okay, here's Biden. Again, I'm just going to let him talk.
Putin has unleashed violence and chaos, but while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people.
A pound of Ukrainian people.
He got it too short. What does he say?
I will play the whole thing, but let me just highlight. He says a pound of Ukrainian people.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say. It's definitely not on the prompter.
No.
Whoever that is, he's going rogue here, and it doesn't make any sense.
May make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people, the proud, proud people, pound for pound, ready to fight with every inch of energy they have. They've known 30 years of independence, have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards.
Backwards?
What? Take it backwards.
Oh my gosh, this guy's impossible to understand, man. It's crazy.
I'm telling you, that's why I wanted to clip stuff and just make sure that I'm not going crazy watching.
Yeah.
I'm like, did he just say pound of Ukrainians?
It's almost unintelligible.
That's weird, man.
It's so close to being entirely unintelligible.
Oh man! And then you got to stand up and clap. This is just the moment when he talks about the 60 million barrels of oil reserve.
To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world. And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers.
The thing that I don't like is he's basically saying, like, yeah, we're going to make sure the Russian people suffer, you know? Without really saying it. It's kind of like, I get it, but...
Well, yeah, right. And that's the thing that makes it so annoying. I was going to say sick, but it's not quite sick. A little sick, where you have all these, good liberal social justice warriors clapping for sanctions on Russia, which, of course, oligarchs and
if you're
Putin
just looking at the geopolitical
and politicians
power
and
structures,
stuff like that, that's good. You want that. And the sort of backsplash of regular Russian citizens being harmed, is still useful, because then it sort of stokes internal conflict, protests, things like that, where Putin is seen as sort of ruining the economy because of his crazy actions.
Yeah.
So that's all good. But, this is going to have effects across the world. It's something like Russia and Ukraine put together account for 25% of the world's wheat production.
Wow.
So,
there you go.
That's a quarter of the entire world's wheat. And, if Russia's sanctioned, nobody is able to buy Russian wheat. And probably right now, Ukraine's wheat fields are not in good shape, probably getting set on fire or something like that. Who knows? Right. Or at least the supply chain getting interrupted. That's a quarter of the entire Earth's wheat entirely erased from the economy of the world again. But, including the U.S., where we're already experiencing crazy inflation, supply chain issues, et cetera, but now the price of bread is going to go up, at least 25%, possibly more.
Yeah.
And there are some countries around the world that purchase 100% of their nation's wheat from Russia and Ukraine. And so there are entire countries who are going to, potentially be put in a starvation mode due to the U.S.'s sanctions.
All that synthetic food, there was a reason, right?
Yeah.
Let me let him finish here.
Protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve.
Sure.
And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies.
Very good. United with allies. Here
yeah,
is,
they don't mention where this oil is going. Is it going to Ukraine or just released out into our economy?
I think it's just, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I thought it was just it was to people in Europe, that need it, but maybe it's for us to relieve some of the pricing here.
Probably a little bit of both.
This is the first time where I thought he was gonna whisper, but he did not.
I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans, but I want you to know we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay.
Thanks, Uncle Joe. Everything's going to be okay.
This is Daddy Joe. He's trying to be Daddy Joe. Bring comfort.
And then one more talking about the Ukrainian people, I think.
So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans who forged the deep bond that connects our two nations, we stand with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world.
All right.
Oh, that makes all the tweets make sense. I heard people referring to him saying Iranian people.
Yeah,
he said Uranian.
He said Uranian. Let me just double check.
From Uranus.
Yeah.
But it'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people.
Yeah, Iranian people.
It does kind of say Iranian, yeah.
It's kind of one of those what color is her dress things, If you're thinking Uranus, Uranian.
Yeah, he's calling the Ukrainians aliens.
Did you know Uranus has 13 rings, allegedly?
I did know that.
And it was discovered on, I think it was March 13th.
One of the elementary school projects that I am proudest of was I did a report on Uranus. So I'm an expert on Uranus.
Excellent. We're going to do more clips specifically tied to the politics side of things in a moment. But did you want to? Should we talk about this thing?
Let's just mention it. We do need to keep moving, but we'll just mention it. This comes from dailymail.co.uk. The headline is Ukraine says it has killed a team of Chechen assassins who are plotting to murder, all caps, President Zelensky.
Yeah.
Ukraine has claimed it destroyed an elite group of Chechen fighters today that were plotting to assassinate President Vladimir Zelensky. Destroyed is a hilarious word to put there, not just because it's a weird word. Instead of saying killed an elite group,
right?
It destroyed. Because when if a horse breaks a leg or something, you destroy the horse. You don't kill the horse. You destroy it. You put it out.
Right.
Olinsky Danilov, Ukraine's Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council, said during a televised address today that the unit, quote, which came to kill our president, was eliminated. Earlier today, Ramzan Zadravov, the strongman leader of Chechnya, said that Chechens have been killed in Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. The unit was sent into Ukraine by Kadyrov, who is a staunch ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Quote, we are already aware of the special operation that was to be carried out by Kadyrov forces units, Danilov said on Ukraine 24 TV channel The Mirror reported. Quote, we received the information from representatives of Russia's Federal Security Service who do not want to take part in this bloody war. The Kadyrov forces unit, which came to kill our president, was eliminated. Danilov said the unit had been split into two groups and its movements were being closely tracked. And then it talks about how they took out the unit. They had them in their sights and divided the groups and tracked them and took them out, destroyed them. But the real interesting thing is they got this information from Russia's Federal Security Service. There are officials in the Russian government who are, passing on this information to defend the Ukrainian president. Now, this could be true, or it could be very effective propaganda put out by the Ukrainians to make Putin more paranoid, to sow discord in the leadership, to really get him losing his mind, trying to sniff out a rat as a distraction. Or it could be true, because there's plenty of people in Russia who disagree with this whole event.
Right.
Either way, it's definitely going to be driving Putin crazy. Guys like this, and Putin is notoriously sort of suspicious. But this happened in World War II. This has happened. It happened with Saddam Hussein. When a dictator or a tyrant or a whatever gets to a certain level or a certain age or a certain time in their legacy, they tend to get a little nuts and become very paranoid.
Yeah, well, they're surrounded by yes men. They're they're thinking legacy and things like that. Yeah,
exactly.
They're not
and
thinking
their
like
power
normal
is
people.
threatened. So whether or not this is true, it's an extremely powerful piece of psychological operation against Putin.
Yeah.
So just another example of the different ways that wars can be waged.
Putin should go to a party. CanaryCry.Party. Find the live stream, email list, street team posters, find other Canarians, and all the ways to produce the show and join the Canary Cry family.
Welcome to Canary Cry.Party. It's the place you wanna be. So stay. Welcome to Canary Cry. Gameplay. CanaryCry.Party.
That's right. Because remember, YouTubers, you'll need to find another outlet to catch the second half of the show. And CanaryCry.Party, CanaryCry.Party is the place to find that. And just a reminder, go ahead and follow the Canary Cry Clips YouTube channel. Just search Canary Cry Clips. It'll pop up there for you. Shareable, careable clips of the show. So you can go back and review, or you can share the clips. Much easier than sharing a 4-hour podcast. Last but not least, check out Ravel Podcast on Apple Podcasts or Spotify or wherever if you're looking for some supplemental biblical material. Dr. Christopher Ryan Gates, a PhD in biblical interpretation, and I team up to talk scripture, society, and scandal. We're currently in the midst of a mini-series talking to artists, having some wonderful, deep conversations with some creative people. Check it out, Ravel Podcast. It's the one with the good logo, the white background, and my name on it. Not that other Ravel podcast. And that's it.
It's Latin for many.
Sick.
Now suck your blood. Now suck
Politics.
your blood.
According to CBS News, 78% of voters approved of President Biden's State of the Union address.
Weird.
78%, really?
What does approve of a speech mean, too?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
If it's like, did you like the speech? Did the speech inspire you? Did it mean something to you? Approve of a speech is pretty vague and strange, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, back to the SOTU, and Chuck Schumer had his moment, but he kind of jumped the gun. And this is more of a visual thing, so we can describe what happens. But the camera goes on to Chuck Schumer when Biden starts talking about the whole American Rescue Plan, and I don't know. It's just kind of one of those funny moments.
Unlike the $2 trillion tax cut passed in the previous administration that benefited the top 1% of Americans, the American Rescue Plan helped working people and left no one behind.
Chuck's moment.
Folks, and it worked.
It worked.
It worked.
It worked. Very excited about the American Rescue Plan.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I didn't really understand. What was the booing for?
The booing was for the top, something about the top 1%. Let me play it again.
$1 tax cut passed in the previous administration that benefited the top 1% of Americans. The American Rescue Plan.
The tax plan
please. That's how you know this is all theater.
Right.
I mean, it does Trump's tax cut for the people in Congress.
Yeah.
And they boo at their own tax cut. Yeah, right. This is total theater. And yeah, Chuck Schumer, for those who are just listening, it cuts to him a little early. And you're right. They must have monitors.
Oh no, they have not only that, but they also first of all, the people that get the camera on them, they know they're on screen, and also there's a memo. The speech is all written out. They know who to go to when, because the camera gets there pretty quick. Even before they're even supposed to be there. So,
and the funny part is, the camera switches to Schumer.
He's ready to clap.
He immediately stands up and starts clapping before anything. Before Biden finishes his sentence, everybody around him is like, "Oh, Chuck, no, not yet, bro. You're standing up too fast." And he kind of notices that he got the timing wrong, and he sits back down and then waits and then stands up and starts clapping. So he was, watching a monitor. The camera goes to him. He sort of freaks out, stands up, starts clapping.
He's about to clap, but then he sits. He kind of looks around,
sits down, and immediately stands back up.
Nice save, bro. This was your moment.
A little embarrassing there,
Schumer. A little embarrassing, yeah. Okay, moving on here. The number 13 keeps popping up. We had the 13 rings of Uranus and all that stuff before. March 13th, the day of the Uranus's discovery. And now the United States ranked 13th.
America used to have the best roads, bridges, and airports on Earth. And now our infrastructure is ranked 13th in the world. We won't be able to compete for the jobs of the 21st century if we don't fix it. That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I thank my Republican friends who joined to invest and rebuild America. The single biggest investment in history.
Single biggest investment in history. Bipartisan Rebuild America plan.
I wonder if that biggest investment in history is adjusted for inflation.
Of course not. They got rid of those calculations a decade ago. This was just a funny moment. This is one of the I don't know who he is, but they kind of zoom in on him, and he's clapping. He just does a little jazz hands, a little fun.
Affordable, high-speed internet for every American. Rural, suburban, urban.
That's all. I just thought that was funny.
It's just a guy doing jazz hands.
He kind of just does jazz hands real quick. He's not standing, by the way. He must have a bad knee or hip or something.
He looks pretty bored.
Yeah.
And it's like he just... Oh, you're right. They do have a monitor because he saw himself on camera and then did a little jazz hands to kind of say, "Here I am."
Yep. Hey,
that's funny.
Yeah, and it's got to be planned, which is what I think is interesting too. Like, we're going to go to him during this part and whatever. As much as we heard, America First in Trump's presidency, Biden's really leaning into that America First narrative here.
When we use taxpayers' dollars to rebuild America, we're going to do it by buying America. Buy American products. Support American jobs.
And why do we have to buy
racist.
American? Oh, why do we have to buy American?
We also need a level playing field.
Oh, wait. Is that a loving playing field or a level playing field with who? Hold on, let me play.
We also need a level playing field with China and other competitors.
No, not a level playing field.
We need a loving
playing field. See, he's so friendly.
We also need a loving
again. The truth wants to come out. He wants a loving playing field with China. That's one of his family's most profitable international business partners.
We also need a level playing field with China and other competitors. That's why it's so important to pass the Bipartisan Innovation Act sitting in Congress that will make record investments in emerging technologies and American manufacturing. We used to invest almost 2% of our GDP in research and development. We don't now. China is.
China is.
I think
he was trying to read China, but it came out can't.
We don't now. China is.
China is.
I'm telling you, man. It was like 1:30 in the morning. I'm clipping these and I'm going, am I going insane? I think I'm going insane. Pretty sure this is messing with my mind. This is one of the longer clips I have here. He goes into a whole story about, he tries to make it, really it's very Trumpian, if you ask me, about the rebuilding of America and things like that. But in this instance, he highlights Intel and really, lifts up Intel, the CEOs there and all that, and no mention of Tesla in this regard.
If you travel 20 miles east of Columbus, Ohio, you'll find 1,000 empty acres of land. It won't look like much, but if you stop and look closely, you'll see a field of dreams. The ground in which America's future will be built. That's where Intel, the American company that helped build Silicon Valley, is going to build a $20 billion semiconductor megasite. 10,000 new jobs. And in those factories, the average job about $135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip. The power of the world.
How long has computer chips been the size of a fingertip, Basil?
Quite a while.
I'd say a good 20 years, 30 years.
Now they're the size of you can almost not see them. They can be so small.
$135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip. The power of the world in everyday lives. From smartphones, technology, the internet, technology is yet to be invented. But that's just the beginning.
Okay, it's just the beginning.
Just the beginning. There's a little more here.
Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, who is here tonight. I don't know where Pat is. Pat, there you go. Pat, stand up. Pat came to see me, and he told me they're ready to increase their investment from $20 billion to $100 billion. That would be the biggest investment in manufacturing in American history. And all they're waiting for is for you to pass this bill. So let's not wait any longer. Send it to my desk. I'll sign it. And we'll really take off in a big way.
We're really going to take off.
And folks, Intel is not alone. There's something happening in America. Just look around and you'll see an amazing story. The rebirth of pride that comes from stamping products made in America. The revitalization of American manufacturing.
Yeah, a lot of
the
it.
The irony of this is that the very reason we need all this investment in American manufacturing, especially of computer chips and capacitors and things like that, is because, as we know, they're all manufactured in Asia, not just China, but also Taiwan and other places. And the reason that is because of Bill Clinton. It's because of the Democrats in the early 2000s, late 90s. That Bill Clinton was the one that transferred all of that manufacturing over to China and other Asian countries. But it's just funny. That's the irony of it. The Democrats, Biden's good buddy Bill, got all that manufacturing out of the U.S. and into Asia, and here we are 20 years later having to bring it back because it almost destroyed us.
Yeah, and in the news cycle, Elon Musk was out there saying, "Hey, Biden, Tesla's here. We're, sustainable. We're climate change fighting. We're all this stuff."
They've been making bigger investments in American manufacturing than anybody else.
Yeah. And so I don't know why Biden never mentions Tesla, but it's good for theater.
Yeah, good point. And Pneumati brings up as well the environmental regulations drive the manufacturing out of the U.S. and over to Asia as well.
That's a big part of the ESG, the Great Reset. All that is
so it's the
forward.
Democrat policies of global manufacturing and environmental regulation that drove out manufacturing in the first place, made us dependent on foreign manufacturing. And so, when he brings it back, he's such a hero, but it's just wild.
Yeah, well, especially because our last president was really all about that, So
that was all Trump ever talked about.
People couldn't remember like 2 years ago.
He was racist when he did it. Trump wants to bring manufacturing back. He's a neo-Nazi, xenophobic racist.
Right.
But Biden does it. He's a patriot.
Well, about Build Back Better. We have
Never heard of it.
We have an American version of it now. And this might be my favorite clip of the evening.
The panic also disrupted the global supply chain.
The panic, not the pandemic. The panic.
The panic, yes.
The panic also disrupted the global supply chain. Factories close. When that happens, it takes longer to make goods and get them to the warehouses, to the stores, and prices go up. One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans...
Hold on, honey. Hold on, let me hear that again.
...to the stores and prices go up.
How did you get the prices go up?
It takes longer to make goods and get them to the warehouses, to the stores, and prices go up.
Okay.
One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poor. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages.
What?
Is that not the craziest thing you've ever heard in your life?
That is the craziest thing I have ever heard. The traditional way to fight inflation is to lower wages, which is, I guess, it is true, but it's not necessarily that simple. But okay. So lower your costs, not wages. What does he think costs are?
It's part of wages.
Yes, wages are costs. In fact, they're the most. Look, I'm not saying that anybody should lower wages. In fact, I think wages should go up.
They need to go up to keep up with the inflation rate.
Yeah, but
you're making less if you're making the same amount.
The reason wages go down to fight inflation is because they're the easiest costs to cut.
Yeah.
It's hard to cut costs on, materials and supplies and things like that. Metal costs as much as metal costs.
We're going to rebuild America. But nothing. You can't do it with you can't use money though.
What he said was nothing. It's just words for them to clap about, and while they're clapping, they're like, I don't think that made much sense. Just keep clapping, Schumer.
Oh, that's Kamala. She's really excited. She jumps out of her chair for this one.
Wages and make Americans poor. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages.
Yeah,
folks.
Which is funny because that was exactly what brought manufacturing out of the U.S. and into international markets. Was it cut costs?
Yep.
That was the purpose of moving manufacturing out of the U.S. Because why? Because you pay lower wages in Asia. That's why it's cheaper.
Okay.
That means make more cars and semiconductors in America, more infrastructure and innovation in America, more goods moving faster and cheaper in America, more jobs where you can earn a good living in America. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America. Look.
America first.
Look, he's got a lot of looks too.
Economists
cheering. Oh, this is it. Okay, yeah, they start cheering USA, and Biden gets a little Joe smirk.
Increasing the productive capacity of our economy. I call it building a better America.
Starts hacking up into the microphone.
He starts hacking it up. He has this moment, this beautiful moment, where the crowd is chanting USA. He's feeling good. And he's delivering his punchlines, and he messes up the word economy, and he starts coughing after the big punchline.
But I like the new phrase,
building a better America. Let me hear it again.
Yeah.
Call this increasing the productive capacity of our economy. I call it building a better America.
That's what it is. Building a better America. We're going to start hearing that more.
Building a better America. Cough.
That's the new Build Back Better. The Build Back Better didn't work. Everybody caught on to the globalist agenda. Nobody likes it. Nobody, nobody voted for it. Nobody wanted it. It was too focused on other countries. This whole State of the Union address is really an entire 180 from his previous policy stances. A complete 180. He obviously, with the lowest approval rating pretty much in recent history. Yeah. He's like, okay, well, the Build Back Better thing didn't work. Nobody likes that idea. It's nonsense. Well, okay, so I guess we'll do the Patriot thing now. Okay, yeah, we're doing the America First. Well, we can't call it that because we can't call it that. Let's do Build a Better America. Okay, that's good. That's good. We'll go with that.
Baba. People are calling it Baba. BA, Build a Better America.
Baba. That's funny. Yeah, it is Baba.
It's Baba. Oh, this is fantastic.
Yeah, this is funny.
Oh, it's great. Yeah. And the coughing, you okay? Daughter coughing as well. It's infectious. This whole thing.
Yeah, he almost, it's almost like he hates it so much his body just sort of like inherently rejected it. He's like, I can't believe, that I have to pretend like I care about America and that I want to put America above other countries. The globalism thing didn't work. I'm going to call it Baba. Oh, it's starting to come up.
Here's him talking about something called weatherizing. This is like a not social credit the way China has it, but close. It's kind of the carbon credit thing.
Look, the American Rescue Plan is helping millions of families with Affordable Care Act plans to save them $2,400 a year on their health premiums. Let's close the coverage.
What in the world? Their health premiums.
I'm sorry, folks. I did not get much sleep, but it's because of these. I was literally trying to hold down laughter. Some of the stuff.
Health premiums. Let's
health premiums.
$400 a year on their health premiums. Let's close the coverage gap and make these savings permanent. And second, let's cut energy costs for families. An average of $500 a year by combating climate change. So let's provide an investment tax credits to weatherize your home and your business.
You already do.
To be energy efficient and get a tax credit for it.
You already do.
You already do. That's kind of what I was wondering, right? Because you
what
can.
Is he talking about? And this capping health premiums. He's literally talked about this since he started running for president. This has been a major talking, and he could have done it at any point, and he still hasn't done it. So now he's just going into the same, making promises he has no intention of keeping.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just interesting to look into the energy.gov, Department of Energy thing where you can have them come inspect and do that.
They have already done this. This has been around for years.
Yeah.
This has possibly been around for a decade or more.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you make energy saving, upgrades to your home, you get tax benefits, tax write-offs for it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, cool. I mean, what a great thing to make a big speech about.
Mm-hmm.
We should do the thing we've been doing for years.
Vote for me.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Pocahontas has her moment.
I may be wrong, but my guess is if we took a secret ballot in this floor, that we'd all agree that the present tax system ain't fair. We have to fix it. I'm not looking to punish anybody, but let's make corporations and wealthy Americans start paying their fair share. Look, last year.
Well, that's Elizabeth Warren's moment. That's her cue.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what he says afterwards. It's just
that's funny. Yeah, they cut to her because she's the one who's been yelling about it recently, getting in toughs with Elon Musk on Twitter. Even though Elon Musk has paid more taxes this year than any human has to any government in the history of humanity. But yeah, okay, yeah, love it. Totally believe that all these corrupt lizard people are cheering for a raise in their own taxes.
And this is where he really unleashed the olive branch, so to speak, across aisles.
And while you're at it.
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one here. There's a couple I have to skip here to get to the correct one. Give me one moment.
Okay.
Apologies, because I wanted to make sure these are all categorized properly here. One more moment here.
No worries.
Yeah. Here we go.
Wow,
Here we go.
I'm excited.
Like community violence interruption, trusted messengers, breaking the cycle of violence and trauma, and giving young people some hope. We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police. That's right. It's to fund the police.
Uh-oh.
And everyone's standing clapping.
Fund them.
All the cameras are on the
Fund them
Republicans.
with resources and training. Resources and training they need to protect our communities.
I think you should keep going because I'm seeing some stuff here. No. I'll make the point now.
Okay.
Well, this speech was them preparing for 2022 for the midterms and for 2024.
Yeah.
The defund the police, the social justice, the wokeness, they went for it. Didn't work. Nothing worked. And they know they're going to lose their butts this year in the midterms, and they know they're going to lose their butts in 2024 to whatever Republican runs. Speaking of which, Trump pretty much said he's running 2024 recently. So, this is more than just another speech for them to do because the State of the Union is just sort of a tradition. This is the start. This is the beginning. This is the unveiling. The cornerstone moment where they are now they're doing an entire 180. And really what they're doing is they're catering to Republican-leaning independents, which is incredibly smart because it's the Republican-leaning independents that had the highest disapproval of Trump. You had, the hardcore Republicans were all about Trump, and there was last count, I forget what it was. It was something like 68%. That's not the right number. It was something big like that. It was some just huge majority of independents were leaning Republican for 2022 and 2024. And so as in classic status quo Democrat corporately funded fashion, they follow the polls. It's all about the polls. Yeah. They see a majority of independents are going to lean right in the next 2 years. So their entire platform is leaning right. And this is the unveiling of the new Democrat strategy. And so this might work. This is their one. I mean, this is a good strategy. This might save them, or at least make it a little bit less of a spanking. Right. 2 years.
Well, when it comes to gun control, they didn't seem to budge a whole lot. Yeah. And what happened here? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Yes. Yeah. The gun control. And
real quick, part of it is they know that the radicals, the wokesters, they know that they're not going to vote Republican. It's another one of those things. It's blue no matter who for the hardcore woke social justice people. Even if they hate the fact that Biden is talking about funding the police, and I see a couple more things that they're not going to like here. They're not going to vote for Trump. So again, the Democrats, as they always do, are taking for granted the people that they claim to care about the most.
Yeah. It's never about that. It's always about numbers. It's true for both sides. It's just more blatant, I think, with this side of the aisle.
And the quote-unquote radical social justice woke Democrats, they're getting taken advantage of. The status quo Democrats don't care what they think. They know they're not going to vote Republican. So they're basically going to take sort of Republican stances on things.
Right. And this is another one.
Folks, if we're to advance liberty and justice, we need to secure our border and fix the immigration system.
Huh? Ted Cruz moment.
Wow.
I mean, if that's not theater, I don't know what is.
Wow. Yeah.
Olive Branch moment.
To Ted Cruz. You got Ted Cruz cheering for Biden. That's going to flip a lot of the right-leaning left-leaning.
No, right-leaning.
Sorry, right-leaning independents. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and you can see he's kind of like begrudgingly doing it.
All right, yeah.
But the guys in the control room are like, "Oh, build the wall." Okay.
Well, it gets even crazier.
And as you might guess, I think we can do both.
Build the wall.
Build the wall, Chance? What, bro?
At our border, we've installed new technology like cutting-edge scanners to better detect drug smuggling.
They don't say
We've
that.
set up joint patrols with Mexico and Guatemala to
Mexico Guatemala is a new alliance. Did you know this?
Mexico and Guatemala to catch more human traffickers. We're putting in place dedicated immigration judges in a significant larger number, so families fleeing persecution and violence can have their cases heard faster, and those who don't legitimately hear can be sent back.
The dentures are starting to fall out. So there you go. There's another one. The wall. So now you have fund the police. You have
fund
the border
the police
wall
and build the wall.
Build the wall. But this one, the gun one, not so much.
Assault weapons with high-capacity magazines hold up to 100 rounds.
Please.
You think the deer are wearing Kevlar vests? Look, repeal the liability shield that makes gun manufacturers the only industry in America that can't be sued. The only one.
But even that stance is not that. That is not that left. I mean, there's plenty of Republicans or right-leaning independents who, their interest in gun freedoms is not relegated to protection for gun companies. Gun companies are protected similar to how vaccine companies are.
Right.
That's
what I was going to say. Is vaccine companies? So
that's actually a very weak gun control stance compared to what they've taken in the past, and even Biden himself has taken. And when he's referring to high capacity magazines, he just referred to a 100 round barrel mag. So that is not your 30 round, AR-15 mag or whatever. So, if they now, of course, he's just making a speech. This is not policy. But if the policy reflects 100 round barrel mags as the sort of standard for high capacity, again, not going to get a whole lot of pushback for that. So this is actually incredibly weak, where it may sound like, Democrat talking points. Liability shield for gun manufacturers and 100 round barrel mag bans is pretty much the weakest punch that they could swing politically speaking.
I just like the imagery of deer wearing Kevlar vests.
Yeah, it's a fun one. For sure.
To wrap up this segment here, let's hear from good old Ben Shapiro.
Oh, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here tonight to mourn the state of our nation, because the state of our nation is pathetic. And it is pathetic in the main because of the President of the United States. As it turns out, we all should have listened to Barack Obama. In 2020, former President Obama said something simple yet profound about his former vice president, a man he had labeled his brother. He said, "Don't underestimate Joe's ability to F things up." Barack Obama was right.
That's true.
All right, well, there you go. Well, at least
that was great.
Two-thirds of it.
So
we got
revealing.
Got a little bit left in the tank, but I think the bigger stuff we got out of the way here. So,
well, I mean, we got plenty more clips.
Oh,
for
we
the rest
got
of the show.
COVID. Okay, we got to go through COVID.
We got all sorts of stuff to do.
Oh my goodness.
More and more clips than you could even imagine. Well, 33 to be exact.
Yeah.
And but I think to summarize for me, at least this politics section, I mean, mark my words, this signals the shift for the next 2 years for the Democrat Party, which gives, it dramatically increases their chances of some sort of success, or at least less of a spanking in the next 2 years. And we'll start seeing this, change minds. I think the independents, they're targeted, and independents are going to need to look really closely at the next 2 years and how they're going to vote in order to, unfortunately, hate to say it, fall for it. Because if Biden or the Democrats get back in 24, it is right back where we started, baby.
All right, let's take a break here.
It's break time.
That's right, folks. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because after the break, we've got much more State of the Union. If you're having fun, I'm having fun here. I hope you are too. But State of the Union, we're going to be checking in with the pandemic. What did he have to say about COVID and the?
You mean the panic?
The panic, right? Yes. In his own words, the panic over the past 2 years. And of course, we're going to be checking in at the end of the show as well with some more miscellaneous, but again, just as luscious and juicy material coming out of the State of the Union address. So stick around. And just a reminder, YouTubers, after the break here, you're going to need to just go over to another platform. But before that, we want to take a second and thank some producers. That's right. I said producers. That's because we are on the value for value model. You may notice no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no partnership deals with broadcast platforms. No, nothing. In fact, we take no corporate money whatsoever. And that's because corporate money, believe it or not, is at least synonymous, if not parallel, to corporate interests. And do you really want corporate interests to get all wrapped up in your independent media news analysis and deconstruction? Didn't think so. Doesn't make much sense, does it? Makes as much sense as a deer wearing a Kevlar vest, if you ask me. You know, the thing. Well, that's why we're on the value for value model, which is a simple model, which means no corporations allowed, just the support of you, dear listener, who gets value out of the show. If you get value out of anything we do, and, you know, we try to create as much value as possible. We do 3 shows a week. We try our very hardest. We also have all sorts of resources available. You can get all of our, sources for the show delivered right to your email box. We have meetups. We have our own social networks. We have all sorts of things to help facilitate your journey into mainstream corporate news analysis or deconstruction. If you get value out of any of these things, you have the opportunity or the responsibility to put some value back in. And I say responsibility because, it's all of our personal responsibility. We've been growing up for decades and decades being taught that if a piece of media is worth a dang, it's paid for by corporations. And we've let the advertising industry and their evil lizard corporate clients decide the value of not just our entertainment, but also our news for way too long. And we've been sort of brainwashed and trained that this is the way things should be. But the value for value model is a rebellion against that global theology. It's a revolution in the way we think about the value of media and what it brings into our lives. So if you agree that the advertising industry has abused the public for long enough, using, think of Facebook and Google and all the big evil companies that are ruining the world. They are all centered around profiteering from advertising, which, is the reason for things like big data collection, privacy concerns, data sales, international data repositories that are more valuable than any other resource on the planet. Data is the new oil, we hear over and over and over again. And what is this data? It's your data, and it's fueled by the advertising industry. So that's why people who understand that realize that the value for value model is the only way forward. It's the only humane way forward. It's the only legitimate way forward. And it's the only way that independent media is actually independent. And so that's why we do the value for value model. And people who support the show, they're just like you. They're nothing special except for the fact that they've decided to take personal responsibility for their own independent media intake, and they've become producers of the show. That's right. I said producers. It's not a cute gimmick. It's not, just a fun little game we play, but it is, a producer is somebody who realizes that a shift needs to happen, and that if they don't make a move, nobody will. And that's why we like to thank them on the show here. They're real producers, just like any other piece of media. If you pay to have a piece of media produced, you are a producer of that piece of media, and you can put it on your resume, put it on your LinkedIn, put it on your CV, whatever the case may be. But we're going to thank you here and now. You can do that in a couple ways. You can head to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, you can head on over to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
That's right. Over at CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. All sorts of fun ways to support the show. If you're a cryptocurrency person, you can support the show with your cryptocurrency. You'll find our public wallets over there. If you want to support the show on a monthly basis to commit to keeping the show going, our monthly supporters, man, they are a godsend when producership is low for any individual episode. It's those monthly supporters who have laid down a firm foundation to keep this show going on a monthly basis. But if commitment is not your thing, you can go ahead and make a one-time producership in any amount. Isn't that fun? So many options. Gonz, who are we thanking today?
Okay, sorry. We don't have any executive producers or associate executive producers
today.
No,
we don't. Okay,
so
been a while since we haven't had any execs.
Yeah.
Do we have a sad...
Oh, yeah, child coughing is just as good, I suppose.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah. We need to get a jingle for when we feel sad about no execs, but that's okay. We've got other people producing the show, so let's thank them. Starting with the supply drop producers.
Supply drop.
That's right, CanaryCry.Supply.com. You can go there, sign up to support the show for $33.33 a month. And for that amount, you will be automatically included in our Canary Cry supply drop shipments, where you will receive once a quarter, 4 times a year, a very special, exclusive package filled with Canary Cry merchandise that nobody else has access to. Most of it are one single run manufacturing items. They're designed by Canary Cry artists, produced by Canary Cry producers, and manufactured here in the good old USA. Biden would be
Biden would be so proud.
Yeah, we were producing in the USA before Biden told us to, so that's got to be worth something. And that's right. The cutoff for March's delivery was yesterday. But you can still sign up. But thankfully, we had a whole big group of people come in on
crazy.
The last day, stressing me out. But we're very grateful that they decided to pull the trigger at the very last second. And so I will run through the list now. Okay. It's a nice long list, so let's not get caught up in things.
Okay.
But just put that trigger finger, that jingle trigger finger on automatic here, Gonz. Here we go. Starting with supply drop producer Joy T. Thank you very much, Joy T.
Joy
Next, PBM. Thank you very much, PBM.
PBM. All right. Thank you.
Marie C.
Thank you.
Yes. Next up, Clayton J.
Thank you, Clayton.
Brant W.
Oh, Brant. Good to see you. Oh, hold on.
Tim W.
Oh, going so fast. Tim.
Valerie O.
Valerie O. That was for Tim. This is for Valerie. Hold on. Let me catch you up. There you go.
Oh, come on. You're going to love this one. Dow Salesman.
I don't think that's what it is.
Oh, DOA Salesman?
I think it's Dead on Arrival Salesman.
Oh, DOA Salesman. That was Dow. He was going around selling Dows.
Close.
Roman G.
All right, Roman.
Kelly P.
Thank you, Kelly.
Shelly G.
Thank you, Shelly.
The Green Mountaineer came on in.
Green Mountaineer, thank you.
Yeah, Jackie U signed up. Thanks, Jackie U.
Thank you.
Jason H is in the house.
Jason H. Thank you.
We got Zach R, who jumped in over on Patreon.
Zach R. Morris.
Zach R. Morris. Shanta M.
Thank you, Shanta.
And Taylor H.
Taylor H. Swift. Oops.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go. Thank you. And those are all the producers who snuck in right under the wire over there to join the supply drop on the very last second. We're so grateful you did, and we're very excited. You know, we're doing it. We're pulling the trigger on the fun extra collectibles that I'm sticking in the supply drop.
Nice.
So there's very fun stuff coming your way, y'all. And there was a couple people. If you received an email from me, then you've reserved your spot on the list, but there's something you need to correct before we can officially thank you. So check your email, look for something from Basil and Gonz, and you can learn all about it. But you've got your spot in line for the March delivery, and we're very grateful to everybody. We're so excited to send out these packages. And remember, you can still sign up for the supply drop. It is not, signups are not closed. You will be put on the list to start receiving the deliveries in the second quarter. So you can go to CanaryCry.Supply.com to sign up. Thank you very much. Maybe we should credit the supply droppers with the executive producership.
That's a good idea.
I think so. I think that's what we'll do. Let's play the executive producer jingle for the supply droppers.
Where'd you find this?
Thank you very much, supply droppers. You deserve it, and we appreciate you joining the mission we have here to make some cool stuff and equip Canarians all over the country.
Did you see? Did you see my little note to you, by the way?
Nope.
Text earlier with the thing that starts with an N and ends with a T, with an F in the middle.
Send me a note about some non-functioning trucks.
Yeah. It was actually a link, but I guess you didn't check it out. Okay, well, you can do it later.
But we will. Yes, Gonz wants so badly to send you supply droppers NFTs, so you'll hear more about that pretty soon.
Yep. Okay, we got more producers to thank here, so we are going to do that now. And to kick things off, we're going to thank James W.
Woo! Thank you very much, James W. And James W. came in with 7755.
Interesting.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that number means, but I do appreciate it.
Any notes or anything?
I did not see a note. Did you see a note?
No.
And the shift button is stuck on my virtual keyboard. I don't know how a virtual keyboard gets stuck.
Yeah.
But I was going to try to head over and just do a quick search. You said it was James W?
James W.
James W. Let me do a quick search. If there was a note, I don't want to miss it. Nope, not seeing it. Okay, well, thank you very much. Anyways, James W., very generous of you coming in with the 7755.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Estimating One Discovering Three.
Yes. Okay, Estimating One Discovering Three. Fun. Comes in with 7446. And a note here that says, this is Estimating One Discovery 3 in the chat. Ready to demooch, baby.
Demooch. Oh, boy.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Here it is. Do it one more time. Okay, here we go.
Okay, hold on. Take two. Roll it back. Charlie, edit this out.
Okay. Ready.
This is Estimating One Discovering 3 in the chat. Ready to demooch. Whee! Thank you very much, Estimating One, Discovering 3 in the chat. So exciting, demooching, especially chatters. And the note continues, thank you for your excellent edifying work. We chose 72. That's what this was. It was 72 plus fees. Got it.
Yes.
Chose 72 because we talk so much about the division of nations and the hope we have as citizens of the one holy victorious kingdom. Shalom.
Amen.
Well, thank you very much. That's very, very generous and sweet of you. Estimating One, Discovering 3. Let me just get the exact. I'd have to go into the back end. Let's see. I just want to make sure I got the number right here. Let me do a little refresher-oonski.
Pretty sure that sounds right. 72 plus.
It was 72
fees.
Flat plus fees was 74.46. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up we have Alex G.
Alex G is in the house, and let's see here. Comes in with 33.33. Thank you very much, Alex G.
Thank you. Next we have Guy L.
Yeah. Guy L, thank you very much. Producer Guy L coming in for $25.
Thank you. That's a pretty round number there. I don't know why you're reading it.
Yeah, you're right. It was round. Sorry about that.
Next up, we have Brianna S.
Producer Brianna S coming in with the 33.33.
Thank you, Brianna. No note.
No note.
Next, we have Robert W.
Robert W. also came in with the 33.33. You know what? I need to do a quick check for something.
Oh, yeah, because do you think some of these are supply droppers that are getting caught?
Well, we don't know. No. None of them have been confirmed. They have been asked if this was meant to be a supply drop. But, no big deal. I mean, even if they're coming in once, it's wonderful. But they do have the ability to write me back, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
Perfect.
But I was just making sure. Yes. Okay. All right. Continue.
All right. Next up, we have Tim A.
Yeah, that's right. Producer Tim A. Thank you very much for the 33.33.
Tim A. Next up, we have Tristan S.
Thank you very much, Tristan S. for the 33.33.
Thank you, Tristan.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Cloud Suriel.
Yes, Cloud Suriel is back, coming in with the 2130. And a note, here's an Agenda 2130 producership. Yes, the Agenda 21, now the Agenda 30. That's a fun 2130 producership. Hit me with a Nerdy Gates climate change jingle, a Thunberg how dare you, and a Dean scream.
Climate change. Climate change. Climate.
How dare you?
I need to leave a review, but I don't use Apple Podcast. How else can I leave one? Sorry, great Uncle Shamura. You can do one on Audible. I believe Audible will let anybody leave a review.
Yeah, that can work.
Thank you very much, Cloud Suriel.
Thank you. Next up, we have Morv.
Morv is on a streak.
How long is this streak? Ooh, okay.
59 episodes in a row. So close to that streak jingle upgrade. He comes in with the 1111 and note. James 5:7-8. Be patient until the coming of the Lord. See how the farmer waits for the precious fruit of the earth, being patient about it until it receives the early and the late rains. Establish your hearts, for the coming of the Lord is at hand. Thank you very much, Producer Moore.
Thank you, Producer Moore. Appreciate that. Good scripture.
Yes.
Next, we have Palmer B.
Palmer B is on a streak.
She's on a... How long is that streak? There it is.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
That's right. 28 episodes in a row, coming in with the 1001.
1001. Amen.
Amen. Palmer B has a note here. This is tribute to our samurai friends Okusan for letting him live after all the late episodes they have done.
I will pass the note. Okusan means wife or spouse in Japanese.
Okay,
yes.
good.
So basically, it's a note to my wife that a thank you from a producer for not ending my life.
That's good. Yes,
it's a good one.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to send her a tribute as well. Thank you very much, Palmer B.
Thank you, Palmer B. Next up, we have JC.
JC is on a streak. JC is on a 74 episode streak, coming in with the 1001.
1001. Amen.
And a note that reads, it is WMD.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
The note continues. It has come to my attention that I have reached the level of knighthood. Woo! Yes, indeed. You've done it, JC. And for those who don't know, the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames is a very special squadron of producers who have produced the show in the amount of $1,000 or more over time or all at once. And JC certainly has been faithful and consistent and has reached that amount. So we will be knighting JC later on in the break. His note continues, although I yearn to live in a society that isn't glued to the screens or social media, I find myself addicted to my phone, online shopping, and am admittedly a total sucker for targeted advertising. So although I wish to be fully self-sufficient hunting, gathering, and surviving in the woods, I can't deny the blessings and ease of life that technology has brought us. I would like to henceforth be addressed as Sir JC, Knight of the Techno Squatch.
I like it.
Good name. Yeah. Love you guys and the entire Canary Cry community. All right, JC, you will soon be knighted as Sir JC, Knight of the Techno Squatch. We'll have your knighting ceremony in just a little bit.
Yep. Sounds good. Great stuff. Next, Sir Sigra the Beast.
Sir Sigra the Beast is on a streak. 10 episodes in a row, coming in with the 1001.
1001. Amen.
Thank you, Sir Sigra.
Thank you, Sir Sigra. Next up, we have Jason P.
Jason P comes in with the 1001.
1001. Amen.
Jason P has a note here. Just got my sweet Canary Cry calendar. Thanks, guys, for your work. Yes, remember
it's Groundhog Day.
Today on the calendar, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
33rd day of the year, it says.
Oh, it's the...
No, wait, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm looking at the wrong month.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, today's nothing.
Okay.
Sorry, I was a month off.
Thank you very much, right. Jason P. And yes, those who signed up for the supply drop in January, we had a special where if you signed up for the supply drop in January, you received the Canary Cry calendar as well.
Yep.
And they just shipped. So if you signed up early for the supply drop, your calendar should be arriving soon.
My brain is doing things. Thank you, Jason P. Next up, we have LX Protocol V2.
LX Protocol V2 coming in with the 777 plus fees. Thank you, LX Protocol V2.
Thank you.
And says it's Ash Wednesday, my dudes.
Which Wednesday do I play for that one?
It's my dudes.
Oh, my dudes. Okay, here we go.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
That's right. I've been listening to the show for a long time and just started producing. Thank you for all that you do. Hairy Legs and Dean Scream, please. Do you have a jingle for Corn Pop? Stay classy. LX Protocol V2. Thank you very much, LX Protocol. What is it you think he wants a demooching? He didn't mention demooching, but he did mention that he's just started producing.
Didn't he come in last time, though?
He signed up for Supply Drop last episode.
Okay.
So I guess that was the technical demooching.
Okay. Well, we don't want to just...
Yeah, we don't want to demooch. If somebody doesn't want to be demooched, you can always request it later, LX Protocol. But yeah, let's give him that hairy legs and a Dean Scream.
Hairy legs and Dean Scream. Okay.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
Nope, wrong one.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you, LX Protocol V2.
I don't think
we have a Corn Pop jingle.
We don't, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Too bad.
All right.
Who's
up next?
Next up, Puddin22.
Puddin22 is in the house. Our favorite cat producer is on a 5-episode streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Coming in with 7s and B's and a note that says, it's Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Can I get the old jingle, please? Yes, there you go. In response to the State of the Union disaster, Lord help us all. The TV is now buried in my litter box where it belongs. Thanks, Basil and Gonz. Have a meowvelous day. Puddin22. Thank you very much, Puddin.
Thank you, Puddin22. Next up, we have Sir Scott, Knight of Truth.
Sir Scott, Knight of Truth is, you know it, on a streak.
Oh, yeah!
Thank you so much.
That's right, 114 episodes in a row coming in with 777. Thank you, Sir Scott.
Thank you, Sir Scott.
And that concludes our producers who have come in the amount of 777 or more, which entitles them to have a note read on the show. But we have some more producers who have come in, and we at least want to thank them here. Gonz, we had... Oh, there we go. Oh. We had a producer just come in under the 777.
Okay.
And, I don't. So we usually don't read notes for under 777, but this is a demooching. So I do want to. I'll read a piece of the note, and then we'll demooch them.
Okay.
It says here, I love you guys and all the Canarians in chat. Thorn A, demooch would be awesome. Okay. Thank you very much. Thorn A.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, Thorn A is in the chat. I've seen you. Yeah, let's demooch Thorn A. There we go. Glad to, we usually don't do that, but for a demooching, we got to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, we've got Doctor Who done that on a 60 episode streak.
You did it, Doctor Who done that.
You did it. You've made it to this Will Ferrell streaking jingle. Thank you, Doctor Who done that, for your continued support. Next up, we've got Child of God, who is on a 59 episode streak. Indeed.
Thank you, Child of God.
Double checking. Yep, that's right. Next, we have the one, the only Sir Casey the Shield Knight on a 124 episode streak.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah!
Thank you so much.
Next up, we've got Jackie Yu on a 31 episode streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Thank you, Jackie Yu.
2 more until the Lizard Master shill. Next up, we've got the Streak Sisters, starting with Veronica D on a 90 episode streak.
Women rule! Women rule!
Good old Gavin.
Next up, we've got Gail M on a 90 episode streak. Okay, and a couple of quick notes before we move on to the next. Gail M and her Gail's Gratitude Grab Bag, which is sort of a behind-the-scenes giveaway that happens every week here, run by dear Gail M., where she has acquired a large collection of Canary-themed items. Very cool, whether they be statues or toys or old books or even some kind of rare older comic books.
Yeah, very interesting stuff.
Very interesting
cool
collection of stuff. And Gail's Gratitude Grab Bag, it's just the 2 winners are chosen every week for whatever reason. Gail is in charge of this. So she decides who and why. And the winners for this, I guess, last week's Gratitude Grab Bag is Ebony Blaze and Dame Allie.
Hey.
So, yay, very fun. We need a little Gratitude Grab Bag jingle for that. And so Ebony Blaze and Dame Allie will get to receive a one-of-a-kind, beautiful Canary-themed object uncovered by the archaeologist Gail M., which is very fun. And yes, I think they've already gotten in touch there. So I'm not going to give out the get in touch email right now, but this is something we can expect every week. So if you're a chatter in the chat, or if you're on the social medias or whatever, and you are sort of deemed to be a special person bringing something special to the community. Gail will be, she's got her eye on you. Thank you very much, Gail.
Thank you, Gail.
Next up, we've got producer Runk Smash.
Thank you, Runk Smash. He's got to be on some kind of streak, right? Or
No. I think he purposefully destroyed his streak because he enjoys the streak jingles that are lower in the list.
Okay, all right.
So he's restarting again. Thank you very much, Runk Smash.
Thank you, Runk Smash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because remember we didn't have microfiction last episode. Mm-hmm. Okay, there is one correction I'd like to do, and that is we had one more supply dropper that didn't make it on the list, and that was my fault, and that is producer Cherie H.
Cherie, thank you.
Yeah, see, Cherie is there. Sorry about that, Cherie, but we got you on the list, and that means you're a executive producer this week.
Ooh.
Okay. I think we should go directly into it's time to knight JC.
Ooh, that's fun. Okay, let me
look around.
We gotta find. It's been a while since
it
has been a while
since we've pulled out the
Well, here's mine. My katana.
there you go. Okay, here's mine. Here we go.
Oh.
Did it break?
Fall.
Oh no. It's stuck.
Here we go.
Hold on. All right, we want to call up JC to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, where we have a seat for you. Thanks to your generous support in the amount of $1,000 or more, we are proud to pronounce you Sir JC, Knight of the Techno Squatch. Please join us at the Canary Cry Round Table, where we have the belt of truthful truthiness, the breastplate of righteous righteousness, custom fit Birkenstocks to carry forth the gospel of peace, the shield of ferocious faith, the helmet of substantiating salvation, the supernatural sword of the spirit, and of course, adorable samurai babies, infinitely cute kitties for cuddling. And if you're hungry, we have fancy feast wet food, carved to Cosmo the CRISPR cow, and of course, fried wormicorns. Welcome to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, Sir JC, Knights of the Techno Squatch.
It took longer than...
Oops.
And the crowd goes wild. Yes, congratulations all over the place, folks. And again, JC, thank you very much for your faithfulness and your generosity in supporting the show. We are happy to induct you into the very special Roundtable of Knights and Dames. We'll make sure to update the website, and now you can finally polish up that armor you've had sitting in the closet for so long. All right, time for us to move on. We're just a few minutes behind Gonz, so let's thank everybody for the patronage and check some voicemails.
Yes, we will. Hold on. Got to get to the right spot to do that.
Yes.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage.
Please leave a message after the tone.
At the tone, please record your message.
Leave a message.
Leave a message. Message. Didn't get me that time. All right. So we have one voice message, but for those who don't know, you can go to CanaryCry.Newstalk.com. On the right-hand side of the page, you'll see a green tab. If you click on that tab, you can leave us a message right there on your browser. Works on mobile, works on computers, just whatever you got a microphone on. It'll work wonderfully. You can give shout-outs to listeners, thank producers, leave your own Canary Cry Boots on the Ground report, or just make some comments. It's been an open line for our celebrity listeners to leave, very important opinions on the Wednesday Jingle Civil War. And today, Gonz, I can't believe it's taken this long for him to call in, but let's go ahead and roll that beautiful bean footage.
If you are receiving this transmission, then hopefully it's not too late. The globalists have sent in their quadroons trying to inject us with their new Wednesday jingle. I'm here to tell you folks that this is a war. The war isn't fought with tanks and interdimensional monkeys and lizard tattoos. This war is for your mind. And now they want to get us to stop the old ways when men were men and humans. And they used to yell. They used to scream.
And of course, that was Alex Jones calling in defense of what, the old way. I don't even know what stance he's taking.
I don't know. It just
they're
depends.
trying to inject us with the new Wednesday jingle.
Yeah. He's more traditionalist. That makes sense.
Yes, he likes the old Wednesday jingle. Well, thanks, Alex, for calling in. It sounds like Alex was like many of the celebrities who call in. Pretty inebriated.
Yeah, it seems to be a theme.
Seemed like an Alex Jones on Quaaludes situation. He's kind of old school like that. I'm sure he has the hookup for some old style Quaaludes. Well, thank you very much, Alex Jones, for leaving that message. And you, dear listener, can leave us a message as well over at CanaryCry.Newstalk.com. That little green tab over on the side. You know where to find it.
Mm-hmm.
That concludes our voice messages for today.
Sounds good.
Which means we are about to wake up out of the break and into the second block of the show.
Oh, yes.
So, unfortunately, you YouTube viewers, you've got some decisions to make. Maybe you're one of those YouTube viewers who says, I just love YouTube too much. It's too convenient. It's it's where my heart lies, and it's I will not partake in any platform that does not actively seek to hamper and destroy free speech. And so therefore, I will not listen to the rest of the show. That is one option. Or if you are free, if you're a free person out there making their own decisions, not enslaved by the tyranny of convenience, then go ahead and follow us in one of our other locations. Catch the rest of the show over there. A good suggestion is Twitch. There's also Odyssey, Rumble. Twitter is also streaming the show if you want to watch it there. DLive. DLive is a great option. So there you go. Lots of options for you. You can find them at CanaryCry.Party. Because what follows next, folks, ye be warned, is too hot for YouTube. Bye, YouTube.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
I did not know that was coming.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a good time to turn it off. So they're gone now.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's wake up into the second part of the show.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
And it's COVID time.
It's Corona time.
Corona time.
COVID-19. COVID-19. COVID-19.
COVID-19. Yes. COVID-19. COVID-19. Coronavirus.
Vaccine. I am vaccine. Vaccine, number one way.
Number one way. All right, we're going to go back to the SOTU and hear about COVID. And here's Joe Biden talking about COVID, a COVID update, masks, and eventually the Pfizer pill and the test to treat program.
Tonight I can say we're moving forward safely back to more normal routines.
Back to gnomes. Pretty normal.
More normal routines. We've reached a new moment in the fight against COVID-19, where severe cases are down to a level not seen since July of last year.
Not seen?
Just a few days ago, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention issued a new mask guidelines. Under the new guidelines, most Americans and most of the country can now go mask-free. And based on projections, more of the country will reach a point across that point.
I don't know why they're showing Marjorie Taylor Greene, but that
that is a great choice, actually.
The mask topic.
See, this State of the Union is doing more to unify. This is a unification moment where the Democrats lean right. They give credit to certain Republicans who they've demonized for so long. During the moments where their topic, their subject matter, their point of contention is spoken about. But it's hilarious. Plus, if they want to project an image of unity, so they must put the camera on somebody who's actually going to clap for what the president said, because it's a valuable psychological tool.
It is to see the opposition in agreement with it.
Show Marjorie Taylor Greene clapping for something Biden said. Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, the one person who's filed for impeachment for Biden, or at least she introduced the actual thing. I mean, it was shut down immediately. Nobody took it seriously, but she was the one who did it. And to have an image of her clapping for Biden is, again, a very powerful psyop for Democrats, or specifically the right-leaning independents.
Interesting how this didn't happen, or didn't need to happen, I suppose, during the Trump presidency. But this kind of pandering or cross-pollinating, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
olive branch.
Totally. Oh yeah, no. That is he's not as. That's the thing with Trump, is he's a blunt instrument. He's not as sort of manipulative, malleable, and subtle, or perhaps even strategic as they are being now.
Okay, so this continuing on.
More of the country will reach a point across the next couple of weeks. And thanks to the progress we've made in the past year, COVID-19 no longer need control our lives. I know some are talking about living with COVID-19, but tonight I say that we never will just accept living with COVID-19. We'll continue to combat the virus as we do other diseases. And because this virus mutates and spreads, we have to stay on guard. And here are 4 common sense steps as we move forward safely, in my view. First, stay protected with vaccines and treatments. Now, I know parents with kids under 5 are eager to see their vaccines authorized for their children.
No, they're not.
Scientists are working hard to get that done, and we'll be ready with plenty of vaccines if and when they do. We're all ready. We are also ready with antiviral treatments. If you get COVID-19, the Pfizer pill reduces your chances of ending up in the hospital by 90%. I've ordered more pills than anyone in the world has.
I'm sure you have.
I love that line.
Yeah, that's
Biden,
good.
I've ordered more pills than anyone in the world.
That's a clip. We need to ISO that.
I've ordered more pills than anyone in the world has. Pfizer's working overtime to get us 1 million pills this month and more than double that next month. And now we're launching the Test to Treat initiative. So people can get tested at a pharmacy, and if they prove positive, receive the antiviral.
They poop positive?
They poop positive. It's the sewer surveillance.
Sewer surveillance.
Tested at a pharmacy, and if they prove positive, receive the antiviral pills on the spot at no cost.
Beautiful.
Folks.
And then they go, I forget the guy's name, but he's like one of the only people wearing a mask in the building. And they cut to him clapping, sitting down.
If you're
there you go.
He's wearing a mask because he has COVID and he doesn't want to get anybody sick.
Maybe that's possible.
I mean, why else would you be wearing a mask?
That's traditionally how, like in Japan, people wear masks when they're feeling sick.
Well, that's what we were told for
Yeah.
years, is you wear a mask to protect other people.
Right.
So this guy
that got all flipped around, huh? Here is something I thought was interesting. We can talk about it for a moment here.
That was Nadler.
Oh, Nadler. Yes. COVID chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud.
And while you're at it, confirm my nominees for the Federal Reserve, which plays a critical role in fighting inflation. My plan will not only lower costs and give families a fair shot, it will lower the deficit. The previous administration not only ballooned the deficit with those tax cuts for the very wealthy and corporations, it undermined the watchdogs, the job of those to keep pandemic relief funds being wasted. Remember we had those debates about whether or not those watchdogs should be able to see every day how much money was being spent, where was it going to the right place? But in my administration, the watchdogs are back. And we're going to go after the criminals who stole billions of relief money meant for small business and millions of Americans. And tonight I'm announcing that the Justice Department will soon name a chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud.
Being a tough guy, man.
Look.
Did you ever have the feeling that you were being watched?
You know, is he going to help Newsom? Is this going to help California? Because in California, wasn't the number somewhere in the $20 to $30 billion?
There's $30 billion. Yeah,
that is a lot of money.
Something like $33 billion or something.
I mean, I could picture Newsom running on that. I'll get back the $30 billion that we wasted away
that
on criminals.
I gave away.
That I accidentally gave away with this new COVID chief pandemic fraud prosecutor.
Again, the irony being that, you know, he's making a big deal about how, Trump wasted so much money, and it was, bro, you printed like $6 trillion. You are the number one reason for the inflation. The inflation during Trump was not an issue. Just when you got in office and started printing trillions of dollars, that's when the inflation happened. It has nothing to do with fraud. The fraud did not cause the inflation, Biden. So dumb.
It's all connected.
I know, but it's just like, again, the insulting part is he thinks that people will believe him.
Yeah.
If enough of these Congress people clap for his statements, you know, the idea is, the public, they're stupid. They won't believe what I say.
And if for those of you who have listened to prior shows, we had just reported literally like 2 or 3 episodes ago how Africa has started to tell the CDC, like, hey, please stop sending us vaccines. We don't need them.
They're turning the vaccines away.
Yeah, but Joe didn't get the memo.
We've made hundreds of millions of tests available, and you can order them for free to your doorstep.
Hold on, maybe this is the wrong thing. Sorry, wrong setup. This has to do with tests. This has to do with the number of tests out there. The 500 million that you can order. So more on that.
We made hundreds of millions of tests available, and you can order them for free to your doorstep. And we've already ordered free tests. If you already ordered free tests tonight, I'm announcing you can order another group of tests. Go to covidtest.gov starting next week, and you can get more tests. Second,
who's the guy?
You must prepare.
Okay. People in the chat might know who this is. I have no idea who this is. But when Biden starts stumbling the website, they cut to this guy, younger guy, good-looking dude. And it's
he looks like he's 25.
Yeah, I don't know who he is. But
it's just some 25-year-old jock-looking kid.
As Joe stumbles on the website, they're like, cut to the good-looking dude.
He must be like a Rothschild grandson or something.
He has no idea he's on camera, I don't think, for a little bit. I think there's a moment he notices. But
he looks like a villain in like an 80s high school movie.
Anyway, yeah, so let me back it up just a few and play that again.
Another group of tests. Go to covidtest.gov starting next week, and you can get more tests. Second, we must prepare for new variants. Over the past, we've gotten much better at detecting new variants.
Yeah, variants, blah, blah.
He looks very sneaky.
He looks like he's very uncomfortable.
He's got his hand in his jacket. He's doing like a hidden hand type of maneuver.
Is he an athlete or something? Yeah, somebody's saying a wheelchair?
What?
I don't know.
Wheelchair? I don't think he's in a wheelchair.
Okay, maybe not. I'm just
I didn't
glancing at the chat here. I don't know if it's...
I don't know.
Over the past...
Sorry. Anyway, I just thought it was an interesting moment. Another one of those weird, strange moments in this whole thing. But nothing beats this thing here. This is my favorite COVID moment. He starts off by trying to say 75%, but it does not come out quite like that. I don't know, maybe the Adderall's wearing off or something. Here we go.
With 75% of adult Americans fully vaccinated and hospitalizations down by 77%, most Americans can remove their masks and stay in the classroom and move forward safely. We achieved this because we provided free vaccines, treatments, tests, and masks. Of course, continuing this costs money. So I'll not surprise you. I'll be back to see you all. And I'm going to soon send a request to Congress The vast majority of Americans have used these tools and may want again. We may need them again. So I expect Congress, and I hope you'll pass that quickly. Fourth, we'll continue vaccinating the world. We've sent 475 million vaccine doses to 112 countries, more than any nation on earth. We won't stop.
We won't stop.
We won't stop.
And Africa's like, please stop.
Please stop sending these. We won't stop. That is funny.
We won't stop. Because you can't build a wall high enough to keep out a vaccine. The vaccine can stop the spread.
What happened there? What happened there? Something about a wall.
What? He's got the wall on the brain, man.
They gave him too many Republican talking points. It's starting to bleed into the
again,
other stuff.
That's him trying to wing it. That's him trying to go off script.
Well, let's hear that again. Something about a wall.
Because you can't build a wall high enough to keep out a vaccine. The vaccine can stop the spread of these diseases.
Oh,
okay.
That's painful. That was painful.
Man.
You can't. I love you can't build a wall high enough to keep out the vaccines. He's talking to Africa. Oh, you're going to take these vaccines. You're taking them off our hands. We can't have these laying around. We have surplus. That means we can't divert more U.S. tax dollars to the pharma companies. We can't hold on to these vaccines. You can't build a wall high enough to keep out these vaccines. Again,
piling up so high.
The truth,
no wall can keep it in.
The truth keeps wanting to come out, man. You cannot go off script.
You know, we've lost so much in COVID-19. Time with one another. The worst of all.
Lag problem. Sorry.
Much loss of life. Let's use this moment to reset. Stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease. Let's stop seeing each other as enemies and start seeing each other for who we are, fellow Americans. Look.
Oh, please.
Look.
A little bit of a change of tone there from his...
Yep.
A little bit of a change of tone from getting all mad and mean at people who aren't vaccinated.
Yeah.
Wow.
The funny part there, what was it? Wow, I'm blanking on her name. She's one of the black female politicians.
Maxine Waters?
Maxine Waters, yes. They cut to her right when Biden says it's a disease.
Oh, no.
It's just the timing of it was not good. Let me just show one more time.
For what it is.
See COVID for what it is.
God-awful disease.
God-awful disease. It's just Maxine Waters.
Switches the Maxine Waters. Wow.
I don't know what kind of psychological operation that is, but
she is not looking very happy there either.
No, that's not a great point to be on camera.
She's not feeling good about this situation. What a blouse that is. She's got like a cool pirate blouse on. Looks like she's some sort of either a pirate or like a disco singer from the 70s.
Yeah.
The ruffles are really blooming. Okay. Well, is that those were his comments?
That's
on the
mostly
State of the Union. Okay.
For the COVID
Not
stuff.
a whole lot, huh? Just kind of talking about take more vaccines, and we did a great job. Good job.
Yeah, good job.
Let's all be friends again.
We're still going to pass out vaccines, Pfizer pill for all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so great. You know the thing.
Yeah. The usual.
Yeah.
Well, I got a quick story here.
Okay.
While we're on the subject. This is coming from Breitbart.com, so keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Ontario. Father pushes to take custody from anti-vaccine mother. Judge rebukes crass self-serving argument. Okay, finally maybe some good news when it comes to this kind of thing. An Ontario Superior Court of Justice judge rebuked a man for deriding his ex-wife as a quote, conspiracy theorist in a family law dispute related to custody of 2 minor children, a 12-year-old daughter and a 10-year-old son, centered on disagreement between parents over coronavirus vaccinations for their children. Yeah, good. The ages of these children is important. 12 and 10.
12 and 10, right at that cusp.
In his judgment issued on Tuesday, Justice Alex Pazarats questioned the father's line of argumentation. The father wants the 2 children, who have both recovered completely from the coronavirus, to receive vaccinations. The mother opposes this. Pazarats challenged the father's use of the term misinformation, a term regularly used by big tech to censor interrogation of left-wing political orthodoxies. Gotta love Breitbart. He wrote, quote, and is, quote, misinformation even a real word? Or has it become a crass, self-serving tool to preempt scrutiny and discredit your opponent, to delegitimize questions and strategically avoid giving answers? Blanket denials are almost never acceptable in our adversarial system. Each party always has the onus to prove their case, and yet, quote, misinformation has crept into the court lexicon. A childish but sinister way of saying, quote, you're wrong. I don't even have to explain why you're wrong. Wow. That's a very strong rebuke.
By a judge, right?
By a judge, yeah. Who, wow, that gives me a little bit of hope.
A little sense.
This guy's tired. And, I like how he's not even making it about the vaccine. It's just like, look, you're not CNN, okay? You can't just say the word misinformation.
Right.
And the problem is, the detail is, I don't think the dad meant to use it in a manipulative way.
No,
he's just been trained.
Yeah, no, he's using it the way he's been taught.
He's been taught to use it
for the last several years.
Misinformation
and everything else. Yep.
He's been taught that the word misinformation is a great way to end an argument by saying you're wrong and I don't even have to explain why you're wrong. So the judge putting it this way is really insightful, I guess, and bold. I mean, really, more judges should be doing things like this.
Well, it helps when, just read the next sentence.
Yeah. He contrasted the mother's use of, quote, evidence focused entirely on the medical and scientific issues with the father's approach. The father focused extensively on labeling and discrediting the mother as a person in a dismissive attempt to argue that her views aren't worthy of consideration, he determined.
Hey, look at that. The court pointing out ad hominem attacks.
Yeah,
well done.
Sounds like the mom was bringing
facts,
bringing the facts, bringing the science.
Science is truth.
Yeah, this dad sounds like a real butthead.
Well, whatever. She's mean.
She's a conspiracy theorist, Judge. She's not a good brainwashed citizen.
Yeah.
Pazarats linked the father's legal strategy with a broader phenomenon of public discourse's degradation via ad hominem argumentation. He warned, this odious trend is rapidly corrupting modern social discourse. Ridicule and stigmatize your opponent as a person rather than dealing with the ideas they want to talk about. It seems to be working for politicians, but is this really something we want to tolerate in a court system where parental conduct and beliefs are irrelevant, except as they impact on a parent's ability to meet the needs of a child? The judge questioned reflexive subordination to government directives. Whoa. He added, quote, we're all weary. We all wish COVID would just go away, but pandemic fatigue is no excuse for shortcuts and lowering our standards. We all have to guard against the unconscious bias of thinking, why won't these people just do what the government tells them to do? The mother disputed the father's castigation of her as an anti-vaxxer, a term used by government, news media, and leftists to denigrate those opposed to universal coronavirus vaccination mandates. Pazaratz wrote, the mother insists the father is misrepresenting her position. She is not opposed to vaccines. She is offended by the pejorative term anti-vaxxer. She has always ensured that the 3 children received all of their regular immunizations. She says she's open-minded to vaccinating both younger children if safety concerns can be better addressed. But she says her extensive research has left her with well-founded concerns that the potential benefit of the current COVID vaccines for LEG and MDG is, what is that?
I don't know.
Is outweighed. What is that? I have no idea. Is outweighed by the serious potential risks. She says there are too many unknowns, and she worries that once children are vaxxed, they can't be unvaxxed. He noted the mother's emphasis of her 2 children's natural immunity following their recovery from coronavirus. He wrote, she refers to the medical research, which says that since they have already recovered from COVID, the children now have greater protection from future infection. The judge rejected the father's use of affidavits, citing the mother's political postings on Facebook as grounds for judgment in his favor. Wow. God bless this judge, man.
Yeah, no, it's good. This is pretty long, though. I don't know if you want to go through all of it. But
well, we're almost done here.
We're going to go through all of it. Okay.
The father accused the mother of perpetuating COVID-related conspiracy theories and vaccine hesitancy. He claimed the mother's anti-vaccination stance is much more severe than that of a regular concerned parent who is unsure whether or not she wants the children to receive a relatively new vaccine. Rather, she is leading the charge, attending anti-vaccine rallies and refusing to follow COVID protocols. And then the judge does come out with a rather lengthy response to this. With it's sort of bullet pointed A through I. Yeah,
it's a lot of stuff.
But has such responses such as how is any of this relevant?
Hey,
is his first.
Hey, how come we didn't ask this question way more often at the beginning of the whole pandemic thing?
I know.
All right.
D is, can you simply utter the words conspiracy theorist and do a mic drop? Wow,
this judge super hit, man.
Yeah. So the judge concluded with a warning about an uglier problem displayed by the father's legal argumentation. We're seeing more and more of this type of intolerance, vilification, and dismissive character assassination in family court. He lamented, quote, presumably we're seeing it inside the courtroom because it's rampant outside the courtroom. It now appears to be socially acceptable to denounce, punish, and banish anyone who doesn't agree with you. And this is in Canada that this happened, so which makes it even that much more powerful.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the way that the government has been acting, and we haven't heard anything recently because of the Ukraine thing.
Yeah.
But, you know, presumably the battle goes on. And to see this being, you know, put on paper in ink by a judge is at least a little bit of good news coming out of Canada.
Yep. And that's on that note. Let's take another quick break here.
It's break time!
I'm being told in the chat that LDG and MDG are low dosage group and medium dosage group. Those are the dosages that children they've been approved for children.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, we got some. That's why we have the chat to fill us in on information that we don't know.
Indeed.
Okay, we're in our second break. We consider Canary Cry News Talk to be a place for therapeutic reflection of our troubling world, and we encourage producers to express it through art, music, jingles, laughter, and we like to share some of that here because why not? You know, build the culture, build the milieu, and you know, have a good time doing it. So, first thing, we're going to thank the audio producers. And I did reload some of that because last episode was a disaster on that front.
Audio production.
And the first person that I want to mention is... Oh, we're not going to play the jingle. But we did receive a jingle in progress from Jack V. and
great.
Jack V. What do you say, Basil? I don't know. There was something about it that he came up with a new executive producer jingle.
Oh, yeah. Well, so it's a jingle in progress. Well, why don't we can play it? Did he say not to play it?
No, he said not to read the note, I think.
Not to read the note. Oh, hold on a second.
Hold on, I could be wrong about that.
I think you're getting it mixed up with somebody else.
That could be.
I think so. The Jack V, the executive jingle, is the one Jack V did.
Yeah. That's the one I thought we said that it's not ready.
No, I don't think that was it. Hold on. Let me play it just for me for a second.
Yeah.
No, the Jack V one is good. I don't think that's the one we were referring to.
Oh. Okay, well.
I think we were talking about
again, this whole thing falls apart.
Yeah. No, play the Jack V one.
$20 trillion. I love other people's money.
Money? Hello? I like money.
I believe in bragging about your
money.
I love loans.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, this wasn't the one, right? This wasn't the one you were thinking of.
It only was because it's not clear that it's an executive producer jingle was my thing.
You know what? The problem is you and I were talking past each other. Okay. You and I were talking about two different jingles.
Okay.
But yes, I do agree with you. So hold on. This, where are you getting that? We didn't want to read this note.
That part I think was a mix-up from something else.
You made that up. Okay. So this comes from
I
Jack
didn't make
V.
it up. It's just mixed
Jack
up from
V at the Gen Z Crypto Chat says, "Hey cuties, I decided to update the executive producer jingle. I mean, they are executives. They do deserve it after all. I felt like the old one was lacking anyways." Ooh, burn. Let me know if you have any suggestions. Okay. We do have some suggestions. This is fun, very well produced. However, I'm not sure if it's exactly the vibe we're going for when it comes to thanking executive producers. It's very heavy on sort of us saying, "Thanks for the money."
Trump saying it on our behalf.
Yeah,
really, his love of money on display.
As it stands now, it's almost a better jingle for the money section of the show, something like that.
Yeah, we can probably repurpose it.
But I think we could tweak it. We needed to say executive producer. We needed to say, thanks for executive producer. Something about being an executive producer.
Right.
Good jingle, well produced.
Yes.
But needs some tweaking to make it an executive producer jingle.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jack V. And we can toss it back and forth a little bit.
Yeah.
To tweak it. Appreciate it.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much, Jack V. Next up, we have Jonathan F. And Jonathan F. came in with multiple jingles here. And of course, I have it all ready to go. And then when we are going, they just disappear or they don't appear where they're supposed to.
Sure.
He came up with three. The first one is and we played some of them already on this episode, and I think they're going to slide right in. The Bye Bye YouTube.
YouTube. Now you see me. Now you don't.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good goodbye YouTube. I'd like to lengthen the front a little bit. Comes in a little bit abrupt. Yeah, we need to give it a little bit of a runway.
He also gave us a social media, I guess it's kind of a bed or I don't know. Here it is.
Love
it's good. I like it.
Great
the tweets
track
and all that.
Yeah, great track, Jonathan. It's a great beat, great production, has all the social media alert sounds in it. It's at least a good bed to, we can put our own time to thank social media producers for posting about the show and the links. So I think it'll work good.
Perfect. And then one more, which you've already heard on this episode, is the Ukraine jingle.
Fight for Ukraine, new world order.
Boom.
Perfect. Perfect as is. totally nailed it. Thank you very much, Jonathan F.
Thank you, Jonathan F. All right. I'm curious what you were talking about when we were talking past each other, because I think that's it for jingles, right? Or am I missing somebody?
I was talking about the YouTube one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I want to just a little bit. Could just be cleaned up and a little bit more of a runway to it. So it doesn't sort of surprise me so much.
Sure. Okay.
But all very good work. Thank you very much to the audio producers.
Very good. Now on to the art producers.
One art, please.
And we start things off with Dame Allie. 100. Nope, that's not it. You know, why do I click on things and then the page moves?
Was that linked to the wrong button?
No. I clicked it and then the page flipped into another page, and yeah.
One art feed, another one from Allie now. Here it is.
Very fun. This one is Chris Licht who's the new CNN CEO.
Oh yeah.
And we've got a pencil portrait headshot here of Chris Licht by Dame Allie. He looks like a lizard, not just because of his lizard eyeballs, but just the shape of his little lizard face.
Yeah, very lizardish. Look.
Yeah, he looks very familiar. He looks like somebody I know. But excellently done, Dame Allie. Got all the. I'm sure we all know lizard people.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we're podcasters. How else would we be allowed to podcast if we weren't shills? You know.
You entertain angels unaware, and as Chuck Missler has said, it doesn't clarify that they're good angels.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Good point. But yes, very excellently done here, Allie. Lots of detail, lots of wonderful the skin wrinkles and the clothing wrinkles, beautifully done, as always. And the lizard eyes, don't forget that. I feel like the lizard eyes are getting, she's drawn so many lizard eyes now. She's becoming a lizard eye professional artist.
The world's premier lizard eye artist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually, you could probably land a job with, the Soroses and whatever.
Yeah, or Disney.
Or just Disney.
Just Disney.
Thank you very much, Allie. Great job. And actually, I had come across some of her older drawings, some of the first ones, and I was like, wow, she's come a long way.
We have files of all your work, Allie, in our special little file.
All right, thank you very much, Dame Allie. Moving on here, we have Sir Dove.
One art piece from Dove.
Here's a note piece for this week's player sheet for the upcoming 2022 NWO Fantasy League Draft. We've got a couple
listen to him. He's perfecting his own pitch here. I love it.
Yeah. We've got a couple actors and a couple spies. Shout out to Psalm 40 for helping compile the list of all the future players. His help is much appreciated. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for you.
Amen. I wonder how long that list is.
It's got to be fairly long.
I mean, I need to compile these all in one place so I can count how much we've done. I mean, there's at least we are approaching a dozen probably of these cards that have 4 players each. So this is great.
Yeah, it's gotta be a lot.
And we need it too. Okay, here we go. We're starting off with the space guy from TV. Age 63, location Hayden Planetarium, specialty shape identification.
Aliens.
That guy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Aliens.
Some stats here. Famously claimed the Earth was an oblate spheroid.
That's right.
And pear-shaped, confirming decades of photos from space agencies. And 3 points anytime he's 3 points any featured article on space. Limit 6 points per week.
You got capped.
They put a limit on him. Put a limit. Okay. They're hamstringing the space guy from TV.
Aliens.
But that's at least a guaranteed 6 points per week for sure.
For those of you listening, the space guy, what's his real life name? Meat suit name?
Yeah, meat suit name. I don't know. I forget.
Me too. I'm totally blanking on his name now because
why are they know who he is though? They know his voice. It's
aliens.
Somebody in the chat, help us out.
Aliens.
He's so famous.
Yeah.
Obviously,
he's got
not been
3 names. He's got Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thank you.
I have fight sin. Oh,
Next.
yeah, there you go. Swagger says Degrassi. Perfect. All right, move on.
Next, we have the Rock Obama. This is very funny. Barack Obama. The Rock Obama. Age 49, location Hollywood. Specialty, getting sick gains, bro. Stats, rose to prominence due to ability to raise one eyebrow. That's true. That was his core competency for a while.
That's true.
Hitting the juice, 3 points, any story on PEDs. That's performance-enhancing drugs or devices. Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Cyborg, he could get some points from the cyborg sections. 13 points if he runs for office. Yeah, that's a total possibility.
Yeah, big time.
Next up, we've got Fine China. Fine,
Diane Feinstein.
Fine China. Age 88, location San Francisco. Specialty, staff selection. Some stats here I love how the stats include like how to understand the jokes.
Right.
Stats, employed a Chinese spy as her personal driver for 2 decades, including her time as chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Yup, that's Dianne Feinstein for you. Worth a meager $96.5 million, not including the $1 billion her late husband was worth when he passed away. 13 points. Oh, you know what's weird? Why is that not showing up? 13 points. Any article on Chinese nationals that have infiltrated the U.S. government or tech agencies. That's good. That's a solid. 13 points at least every other week.
Something like that. Yeah. Although the grip seems to be loosening a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out.
They're not giving up.
No, they're not.
Last but not least, we've got the poo police. I do not remember this. This may have been custom drawn for this. I don't remember this piece of art.
I love the hat instead of police. It's police. P-O.
Yeah. And if you're just listening, it's a turd with a cop hat and aviators and a big mustache. It's hilarious. I feel like I would have remembered this. Specialty, surveillance. Yeah. Some stats. Unfortunate employment option in the coming dystopia.
Yeah.
3 points, any article on sewer surveillance, and 33 points if sewer spying legislation enacted at local, state, or national level. That's very possible that will happen soon.
Well, it already has, hasn't it? I thought there were already
I'm not sure if it's legislation.
Okay.
We're talking legislation, not some sort of a private company doing it or something.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Dove, and all the producers helping out with the New World Order Fantasy League. This is a real thing. It's a dream come true if you're new to the show. This is something I made up on a Joyspiracy Theory episode with Derek Gilbert, who is a big fan of fantasy baseball. And in our conversation, we invented this game that has sat dormant for 7 years. 7 years I've been thinking about this. And it's coming true thanks to Sir Dove and Psalm 40. And I think, I don't know who else, but at least those two. Okay. We got to set up a meeting, fellas. We got to check our status and see what it'll take to launch a beta round.
All right. Thank you, Sir Dove. Appreciate it. We got some more people to thank here. We have Mr. Jag, the Hungarian. He came in with 3 pieces between the last 2 episodes.
A lot of art.
First, we have Putnos.
It's Putnos. It's Putin and Thanos mixed together.
It's Putin.
The end. And he's wearing the gauntlet, and he's raising it above his head, and he's snapping his fingers, and it's the end of COVID-19. So the snap of his fingers, Putin has ended COVID-19.
Very good.
With his takeover of the news cycle. Thank you very much, Mr. Jag. Next up,
we have 2 more from Mr. Jag.
I know. I'm looking at him. Next up, we've got the Hungarian elders' reaction to the show, although only understand the show through translation. We've got a series of elders, old ladies here, or maybe the first. I can't. Maybe the first one's a man, and it says googly eyes. He's just shy. Then these other 2 grandmas are cartoon grandmas. One of them is from the Tweety Bird series. It says, "Aw, Gonz seems to be a fine young man." Aw, one of the Hungarian elders thinks you look like a fine young man. And this little grandma in the middle says, "I love canaries," or "I like canaries." And he explains at the bottom here, "I'm helping out old people with shopping and dishes and such." So yes, cool. He's apparently listening to the show while helping out some Hungarian elders. And they have some things to say about the show. Well, hello and a shout out to all the Hungarian elders.
Oh, hello.
Mm-hmm. Then his last one here, looks like Mr. Jag has created a map of the eastern part of Europe. And he's sort of drawn out in X's and arrows and things how the invasion has gone. Some funny details. So he has the Russian border with Ukraine here, and he's showing the entry points of the invasion on
Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Luhansk.
Is how it is. Yeah. Yes, Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Luhansk. Under Kyiv, he says not Iran, like Biden said. Come on, Biden. And then he also has the refugee movements on the western side. Refugees going into Poland. I'm not sure what's south of Ukraine there. But then Mr. Jag is right there in Hungary.
It's so Romania. Romania, R-O.
Romania, that's you're right. So refugees going into Romania, Poland, and Hungary.
Hungary, yeah.
That's where Mr. Jag is, yeah. So, very interesting. Good to have a perspective, a map, so we know exactly what's going on.
Is that Croatia under Hungary? It's labeled Russia's friend.
No, I thought so too. But Croatia is to the left of Hungary. There,
okay, so there's
CR.
So
I was trying. That might be Moldova.
Okay,
maybe. I'd have to look at an actual map. But yes, Russia has at least one friend in that area.
And then friend number 2 up at the top there. I think. The top of Poland. Oh, yeah, it's another in between Poland and Lithuania.
Oh, you know what that is? I know what that is. I have been close to there before. There is a strange little autonomous zone that is it's not I don't know. It's a Russia. It's part of Russia, but it's this tiny little Russian territory pinched between Poland and Lithuania, that they are, still. It's like where all the Soviets went after they got pushed out of Lithuania and Estonia and Latvia. I've been right up to the edge of that thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a really weird little spot.
Yeah, it is. It's fascinating to look at the map and seeing.
Europe's weird, man.
Yeah, Europe is crazy. It's all going to be Russia, man.
Yeah, part of
turn into Russia.
No. Part of his email was noting that Ukraine is about the size of Ohio.
Yeah, this is very small. Smallish.
Well, at least by American sort of
Texas, California,
scale,
Alaska,
scale. Yeah.
Montana.
All right, let's keep going. Thank you very much, Mr. Jag.
Thank you, Mr. Jag. All right, we got one from Mark A. And Mark A, quick sketch because no execs or associate exec producers. Sad face.
Yeah. So this came in during the show. It was made during the show.
Yeah.
And it's Basil, the little robotic arm, and Gonzo, the samurai, sitting on the side of the road near a storm drain with a cardboard sign that says, "Will podcast for food."
I mean, this is very, you got the bow and arrow. This is like literally between... during the show, like while we started the show, and
it came in pretty quick too.
It did.
Thank you very much, Mark A. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark A. And I do want to just mention real quickly, Total Wrong Think sent us a message. He had some old sketches he pulled up. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to let everybody know, if you aren't aware, that we appreciate any kind of art and past art that you have done. But for the show, we really would like the producers to do stuff that is exclusive for the show and
it's just
show
protocol.
relevant.
It's just protocol. So we do look. Are we going to show? I mean,
sure.
Let's show them. Yeah, I mean, just to show Total Wrong Think's skill here.
Yeah,
he sent in old stuff he had done. He's got a cool dragon head here, really detailed, really good dragon head kind of climbing out of something, a lion head as well, and what looks to be either a horse or a unicorn or something like that. Really well done there, Total Wrong Think. So we're happy to show off your talents to everybody else, and we can't wait to see what you can create for the show.
Yeah.
And we don't say it very often, so we'll say it now. Generally, for the art and music production and jingles and stuff, we want to do new work for the show, exclusives, Canary Cry exclusives. Just because we have so many talented people. And we need to, we're building a culture here.
Yeah,
is the point. But thank you very much, Total Wrong Think.
Thank you.
And really looking forward to what you can put together in the future.
Yep. And we got a couple microfictions, and then we got to go back into the show. We're pretty far behind here. So.
I know we're a few minutes behind, about 10 minutes behind.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do some microfictions.
Microfiction. Oh, we had 2 jingles for microfiction, right? We got
they were the same.
Ones.
No, they were the same ones, but they were just different versions of the same one.
Okay. Well, why isn't it playing? Fun.
I don't know. The mystery continues.
Nope, that's not it.
I think it is it.
No, it's...
Oh, that's the track you play underneath?
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Microfiction.
Time.
Oh, yeah. That was the first one we had. We got another one last episode.
Right. That's what I'm trying to find. Here we go.
All right. Well...
Microfiction.
Fun. Yeah, that's the fast
one. That's the one. All right, here we go.
First one's here from, first and only one is from Runk Smash here.
Okay, hold on. We got, sorry. We have the Runk Smash jingle. Nope, that's not it. What is happening? Here we go. There we go. All right, here we go. The microfiction.
As ordered, SJ-21 shifts her orbit to the nearest of her former rivals. She reminisces about the days of space arm wrestling competition. Days long gone by. Now all is quiet in space, but as she grabs some space junk, she hears an old familiar tune. Thank you very much, Runk Smash. As always, continuing to bring the imaginative fictions, letting our minds run wild with the possibilities. And nothing from the Sentinel today. We did get just to keep everybody informed, we got a note from the Sentinel that some things have come up, and so microfictions might slow down for a little bit, but they will be trying to get them in at least once a week. Thank you very much, the Sentinel.
Thank you, the Sentinel. And is that it?
I think that is it. Let's wake up.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
More from SOTU. The SOTU. All right.
State of the Union. Let's go.
State of the Union. All right, here we go. This is
oh, no jingle to bring us in here, huh? You might as well give us some bite and something.
Okay, hold on. All right. Well, here it is.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
Let's see. This was another moment. I thought he was going to whisper.
Let's pass the Paycheck Fairness Act and paid leave. Raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And extend the child tax credit so no one has to raise a family in poverty.
Well, until he starts yelling.
Yeah,
he leaned in. He leaned in real hard there, but okay.
Oh, he's getting his dynamics down. He's getting better. You do some loud stuff, and then you do some quiet stuff, and then you do some loud stuff again.
Yeah.
I find this funny because they almost don't even need to pass the $15 minimum wage at this point.
Yeah.
The power that
the power of inflation.
Well, the power of workers at this point, has pretty much already raised that minimum wage just by necessity. Where I am, you can't even find a job that pays less than $15 an hour, and it's not a mandated 15. It's just
just so market demand.
Yeah, market demand has as the
it's priced
as the price of labor is rising. Yeah. That's free market creating the $15 an hour minimum wage. And so, which just makes it very convenient for, after 10 years of running on that, Democrats can finally do it without any consequences. Oh, these brave politicians waiting until it's already normal to actually pass a bill about it.
Yeah. This next one here, he's talking about a couple Dominican patrol officers who were shot and killed. He has a little slip up, and it's an unfortunate slip up.
Officer Moore was 27 years old. Officer Rivera was 22 years old. Both Dominican Americans who grew up in the same streets that they later chose to parole to.
Parole. Really unfortunate. He meant patrol.
Patrol as police officers.
I don't know. There's just little things like that where you're kind of like,
little gaffes.
It's forgivable in a sense. It's hard to get up and speak and stuff like that. But as the United States, the president of the United States, you'd hope to have a little bit more authority and stuff like that. But
and it's the truth wanting to come out. Remember, he's racist. He didn't want to.
He comes from that generation.
People forget he called. He made a big speech about how he doesn't want his children growing up in a racial jungle. He fought against the desegregation of schools. He was a pro-segregationist. He wrote the bill, the 94 crime bill, that put a bunch of black people in jail for things that white people weren't going to jail for. Yeah, he's a classic racist. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's just who he is, and it's who he has been. And, we can believe that people can be reformed, but we know how it is with older gentlemen, especially. Old habits die hard. So, yes, he's talking about Dominican Americans or whatever they were.
Yeah.
And, they're on parole.
That's all you can
Dominican
think about. Patrol officers parole. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, he literally never said a sentence about Dominicans that did not include them being criminals. So why would he get that right?
Yeah. This one was one of the more interesting ones. This is Biden talking about mental health, especially for children. There's a CIA shill moment. The Facebook whistleblower gets her moment in the sun here. And also the phrase national experiment for profit. Now, you and I hear that phrase. What do you think, Basil? What do you think our audience, our producers think when they hear national experiment for profit?
Nothing good.
I think COVID. But we're not talking about COVID. Yeah. We're not talking about COVID.
Okay. Let's take on mental health, especially among our children whose lives and education have been turned upside down. Children were also struggling before the pandemic, bullying, violence, trauma, and the harms of social media. As Frances Haugen, who is here tonight with us, has shown, we must hold social media platforms accountable for the national experiment they're conducting on our children for profit.
Stand up, clap, CIA.
Folks, thank you. Thank you for the courage you showed. It's time to strengthen privacy protections.
Yeah, I love it when he launches into privacy.
They want to give you their data. They all want to give their data. Frances Hogan, or whatever her name is, you referred to it, the CIA shill, who's sort of a puppet to steer the social media lobbying. So Facebook can act like they want to do something and are working with the government when in fact, this is their little puppet. There's so many better people to honor for that mission, but she's the one who's in their pocket. So she's the one who gets to stand up during the State of the Union.
A whole wave and everything.
It's time to strengthen privacy protections. Ban targeted advertising to children.
Yelling. Ban targeted advertising to children.
And privacy protections.
Ban
targeted
please.
Advertising to children. Demand tech companies stop collecting personal data on our children. And
Are they?
That is not even the problem. They are. They are.
I know
collecting.
they are.
But that's not the problem. The problem is not that our children are being advertised to. I mean, that is a problem.
That's part of the problem.
But it's not the problem. The problem is the algorithms are creating a false sense of reality to our children that they could never live up to, and is giving them mental illness. It's not that they're being advertised to, you dumb raisin.
Let's get all Americans the mental health services they need. More people can turn for help, and full parity between physical and mental health care if we treat it that way in our insurance.
Look. Another look.
Yeah.
So, in light
along
of that,
those, along those lines here, I've got something from The Atlantic, theatlantic.com.
Ideas.
Ideas. Helen Lewis in the ideas section. We can just get a little piece of this, but the article is titled "The Twitching Generation." The twitching generation.
I hope you don't become a twitchy victim.
I was thinking, maybe they're going to say something about Twitch. No. Around the world, doctors have noticed teenage patients reporting the sudden onset of tics. Is this the first illness spread by social media? Oh, social media. I thought that was going somewhere else.
Tics, apparently.
The sudden onset, you mean perhaps in the last year where all these children are getting vaccinated? Yeah, that's not responsible for the tics.
I have noticed this.
Social media has been around for 10, 15 years now, and just now the children are getting tics, but okay.
Yeah, well, that plus social media has become the whipping boy, the scapegoat for all sides of the political aisle here in America. And it's very fascinating to watch because obviously, the censorship issues and all that against Republicans and right-wing conservatives, all that. But now with this type of stuff, it's more of a human interest type of angle that's a little more progressive in stance. But they're also, they're pushing back on social media, which I don't think is necessarily. First off, social media, largely Facebook, was helped along by the very government that is speaking at the podium. So they kind of created the problem, and now they're like, "Oh, it's the big problem. We got to change things up." And what's going to happen? More legislation, more bureaucracy, and more control over
more government
control,
intervention and control. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
3 years ago, the psychiatrist Kirsten Mueller-Wahl began to notice something unusual about the newest patients at her clinic in Hanover, Germany. A typical Tourette's patient is a boy who develops slow, mild motor tics, blinking and grimacing at about age 5 to 7, followed later by simple vocalizations such as coughing. Only about 1 in 10 patients progress to the disorder's most famous symptom, coprolalia, which involves shouting obscene or socially unacceptable words. Even then, most patients utter only half a dozen swear words on repeat. But these new patients were different. They were older, for a start, teenagers, and about half of them were girls. Their tics had arrived suddenly, explosively, and were extreme. Some were shouting more than 100 different obscenities. This last symptom in particular struck Mueller-Wahl as odd. Quote, even in extremely severely affected Tourette's patients, they try to hide their coprolalia. She told me the teenagers she was now seeing did not. She had the impression, she said, that, quote, they want to demonstrate that they suffer from these symptoms. Even more strangely, many of her new patients were prone to involuntary outbursts of exactly the same phrase. Du bist hässlich. I don't know how to read Germans, folks, sorry. But it translates to, you are ugly. Mueller-Wahl, a professor of psychiatry at Hanover Medical School and the chair of the European Society for the Study of Tourette Syndrome, was not the only one puzzled by this phenomenon. The global community of Tourette's researchers is tight-knit, and as they talked, it became clear that the shift in patients and symptoms was happening all over the world at the same time. Before the pandemic, 2 to 3% of pediatrics patients at the Johns Hopkins University Tourette Center in Baltimore had acute onset tic-like behaviors, but that rose last year to 10 to 20%. That is an enormous increase.
That is 10x, right? Almost 10x.
Yeah.
More than 10x.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Could be 10x, as much as 10x. According to the Wall Street Journal, Texas Children's Hospital reported seeing approximately 60 teenagers with sudden tics between March 2020 and the autumn of 21, compared with just 1 or 2 a year before that.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was 60x. At an online conference last October, doctors in Canada, France, and the United Kingdom and Hungary pooled their knowledge. They had all seen an increase in patients with this unusual form of tic disorder. One teenager came from the Pacific archipelago of New Caledonia, which France once used as a penal colony. Another came from the tiny South Atlantic island of St. Helena, to which Britain sent Napoleon for his final exile. Quote, very remote locations. Andreas Hartmann, a consultant neurologist at the Petit-Salpêtrière Hospital in Paris, told me via email, quote, yet accessible to TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. 4 months before, the clinic in Hanover saw its first new style patient, a 20-year-old German man named Jan Zimmermann, had launched a YouTube channel called Gewitter im Kopf, or Thunderstorm in the Head. That's how he describes living with his socially inappropriate, visually arresting symptoms, blurting out obscene words, throwing food, trying to nibble his friend, Tim.
Wow.
Weird.
You know what this sounds like? It sounds like Russ Disdar's Black Awakening. It's like all these people.
Why don't you remind people what that is?
It's a purposeful. It's kind of like a Manchurian Candidate thing, but instead of like 1 or 2 people that they control, it's almost like an entire generation of people that will sort of wake up to their demonic controllers, kind of thing, and they lose themselves. They lose. They can have, and a lot of them have experienced trauma, and Russ. That was his thing. He broke down all the trauma-based mind control stuff and how entities could be assigned to different split personalities and things like that. But it just kind of reminds me of that sort of thing, some kind of psychological or physiological effect from perhaps social media. It's they say social media, but I wonder if it's just like some kind of internet. It doesn't necessarily have to be just social media. It could be the use of the internet. In different ways that may not be as, mundane as just social media. But I don't know. Interesting. You want to keep going?
Yeah. So I'm going to skip a whole bunch of it because they give a whole bunch of examples of different young adults who are experiencing these symptoms. But here's where it starts to get a little weird. Tammy Hedderly, a neurologist at the Evelina London Children's Hospital, sometimes calls her new style tic patients EVs. These girls present thumping their chest, shouting beans, and falling to their knees, she told the virtual conference. The nickname comes from a 21-year-old British influencer named Evie Meg Field, also known as @ThisTrippyHippie, who has 14.2 million followers on TikTok and nearly 800,000 on Instagram. Field has published a book called My Non-Identical Twin, What I'd Like You to Know About Living with Tourette's. So there's this Tourette's influencer named Evie, who has 14.2 million followers on TikTok. Field's signature tic, saying beans, is what alerted the British researcher, Tara Murphy, to the Tourette's patient she saw in remote St. Helena must have been influenced by the internet. At the October conference, Murphy described how LM, a 16-year-old born and raised on the island, had tics from an early age, but suddenly developed much more florid symptoms in early 2021, clicking, whistling, and saying beans. In other words, LM was an Evie. Field herself, that's Evie Field, has acknowledged her strange power. On September 25th, she posted a video of herself looking sheepish with the caption, quote, me watching 95% of people with tics and Tourette's say beans, say the beans tic, knowing I'm the original source. But Field and Zimmerman, who did not respond to requests for comment, are only 2 among dozens of Tourette's influencers with large fan bases online. According to TikTok, videos tagged Tourette's have been viewed more than 5 billion times.
All right, so maybe it is social media.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the weird thing about this is the timing. So it started happening in early pandemic, early 2020, March 2020. So it's weird because on one hand, what else was the conspiracy theorist in me, what else was happening in March 2020? A lot of people don't remember this, was that 5G started coming up online and put up all around the world in that exact time, which was very, suspicious in the sort of conspiracy world that the pandemic and 5G happened at the same time. But now we have this weird Tourette's happening in young adults around that exact same time, and it's being connected to these Tourette's-based influencer accounts, as if these young adults, because of the pandemic or whatever, are learning Tourette's, are like getting Tourette's spread to them from social media.
Monkey see, monkey do kind of thing.
Yeah, something like that. The teenagers who watch the Tourette's videos also find community, acceptance, sympathy, and validation. Less wholesomely, they find proof that the more eye-catching, disruptive, or rude the creators' tics are, the more viral they go. So, you got kids who may already have Tourette's, but the little normal Tourette's, the 9 and 10 little tics, but then they find this community of famous influencers with Tourette's who have millions and millions of followers, and they start picking up their tics and they start emulating the tics of the influencers, which I think more than anything, I don't know about if they're catching it or if they're whatever, but it's a stark example of the, like you said, monkey see, monkey do. We think that we're just sort of looking at Instagram.
You think you're the viewer, but in fact, your brain is sort of processing it as if you are.
You're picking it up. Yeah. You're emulating it, and I think it's extra evidence with this Tourette's issue. But I mean, you're shown the Tourette's stuff because of the algorithms. You look at one Tourette's person, the algorithms show you all the Tourette's people. For me, when I started getting serious about working out and stuff, it was hilarious to watch my algorithms change, because it went from cat videos to just the gnarliest, beefy gym boys, like teaching you how to do the craziest workouts and stuff. And to be fair, I wasn't angry about it, because it was, I was like, okay, I'm going to be beefy like that guy. Let's do this crazy workout or whatever. But, that is arguably a better thing to be sort of influenced by than someone who has a disease that you have, and then you sort of purposefully or not increasing the severity of your disease to match the viralness of the influencers.
Well, it just goes to show sociologically what social media has done is push the envelope on social norms, on various things. And the more extreme, the more attention it receives. And so with Tourette's is one of those things where, I remember growing up, like, oh, that guy's got Tourette's, and like, oh, all of a sudden they'll say a few curse words or whatever, and we were all like, oh, But now with social media, if there are, obviously there's a big following, people watching it, and then if you do have Tourette's, you have an identifying community, and then you feel like it's okay to lean in to it, Yeah. Especially if you have a YouTube channel, if you have your own social media influence or smaller circle of influence, it would make sense to emulate the big ones, the big fish, because they went viral, Yeah,
so they get attention for it.
Yeah.
That's then this article tells a story about a group of women, a group of teen girls, I guess, who are sort of all on the same cheerleading team, and they all started doing it. They all got Tourette's at the same time.
Oh my gosh.
It's like 12 girls on the same team all started doing these things, because they were all on each other's social media algorithms. They were all being influenced by the same people. It really was this weird form of like epidemiological Tourette's, a spreading disease. And it goes on and on and on. But it's a very, very long article and very interesting. So if you want to check this out, make sure to sign up for our newsletter, where you can receive all of our sources directly sent to your inbox for every single episode. And you can check out this article. Very long, very in-depth, but very strange. Very strange.
Well, all thanks to CIA shills exposing Facebook.
Yeah.
But back to the SOTU. We got a few more. We're going to land the plane here. We're going to get to clips 30, 31. Actually, 32 was not there, but I had 28 twice. So it all works out. 33 clips. This one, I just want to know what Biden said. I've listened to this thing multiple times, and I feel like I'm just missing it. Like, I feel like I'm not hearing things correctly. And because that's happened before, where I'm like, well, did he say that? And then 10, 15 times later, I'm like, oh, okay, that's what he's saying. But I was on this for several minutes last night. It's a 23-second clip. I think, so he's talking about veterans. He goes into the veterans thing. Again, another olive branch to the right, leaning into taking care of veterans and all that stuff. But he says something here. I don't know what he's saying. To me, it sounds like he's talking about crypto, something about crypto.
Okay.
Here it is.
The third piece of that agenda is support our veterans. Veterans are the backbone and the spine of this country.
Just
They're the
straight
best
up
of us.
is a Republican now.
Oh, I know. Listen for it, though.
Veterans are the backbone and the spine of this country. They're the best of us. I've always believed that we have a sacred obligation to equip those we send to war and care for those.
Right there. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Cryptos. He's saying, I think we equip those we send to war.
See, I knew there was a word. Okay, let me hear it again.
A sacred obligation to equip those we send to war.
Sacred obligation to equip those we send to war.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, I mean, it sounds like cryptos.
It sounds like he's saying it's a sacred obligation of the cryptos we send to war, because, all that crypto that we're sending to Ukraine is on the mind.
Yeah. So we have a sacred obligation to equip those we send to war and care for those and their family when they come home.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Well, no, good to clear it up.
I'm glad. I knew I was missing something. I just kept feeling it.
Partially analysis and deconstruction of the State of the Union, but also translation.
Yes.
For anybody who maybe
no, seriously, I was sitting there like, what is he saying?
Yeah.
Because I knew that I knew it wasn't like a total gaffe.
Mm-hmm.
It just, to me, I don't know. I couldn't stop hearing cryptos sent to war. I was like, oh, well, maybe I'm looking at crypto too much. Okay. This is the gem. I love this. Biden's talking about burn pits.
Yeah, a little bit of background, just real quick.
Yeah,
a big problem, a huge problem in the veteran community is weird diseases, cancers,
cancers,
respiratory diseases, respiratory cancers, affecting veterans higher than any other population. It was a big mystery for a while, and then they tracked it to the military's sort of protocol on waste disposal. Whereas these burn pits, they dig a giant hole at a base, some forward operating base or whatever, and just all the trash gets thrown into this burn pit. And then usually, low level infantrymen need to go in there and stir the trash and get the coals out and make sure everything's burning.
Not good for the old lungs there.
And it's not just trash, but it's tires, it's chemicals,
toxic,
it's plastics, it's everything goes into these burn pits. And so all these soldiers are getting horrifically riddled with these respiratory problems and cancers. And it just recently sort of came to light that this was going on, and there's some big campaigns to change it. So that's kind of the background for what he's about to say.
Yes, and Nancy Pelosi is very excited about this particular
watch Nancy in the background.
But the timing of when she gets excited, not good.
Our troops in Iraq in Afghanistan faced many dangers. One being stationed at bases breathing in toxic smoke from burn pits. Many of you have been there.
I'm sorry, it's more of a visual thing. But when he says toxic, wait, hold on.
One being stationed at bases breathing in toxic smoke.
When he says toxic smoke,
she gets up and she makes a fist in each hand, and then she puts those fists together, much like you do if you're getting like handcuffed by the cops,
or if you're a fly.
Sure,
you know, flies do that.
Yeah. And she just starts rubbing her fists together in this weird, gleeful sort of like, ooh, I want a cookie. Oh, mommy's gonna give me a cookie. Like type of weird thing she does. Talking about toxic fumes. And
she gets really excited about toxic fumes. And again, just isolated, it looks like she's very happy about the toxic fumes that kills veterans. Just the timing of it all.
Bases breathing in toxic smoke from burn pits. Many of you have been there.
Yay, toxic fumes.
Goody.
Our troops in Iraq.
Okay. We got one more.
It. Just Nancy Pelosi was the reason.
I'm not going to. Yeah, we don't need to get into all this stuff. Yeah, there was. I did leave this out. I know I'm leaving out some of the viral moments where he started talking about Afghanistan, and somebody shouted out like about the 13 that got killed, or 12. Maybe it was 12. The 12 that got killed right before he launched into Bo Biden, talking about Bo Biden, how he was one of the victims. So yeah, I cut that out. I just knew we need to save a little bit of time. But this is the big finale. This is the end of the speech. We're gonna land the plane. He's gonna motivate you. You, Basil, you listener.
I'm ready.
He's talking to you.
It is in this moment that our character of this generation is formed. Our purpose is found. Our future is forged. Well, I know this nation. We'll meet the test. Protect freedom and liberty. Expand fairness and opportunity. And we will save democracy. As hard as those times have been, I'm more optimistic about America today than I've been my whole life, because I see the future that's within our grasp, because I know there's simply nothing beyond our capacity. We're the only nation on earth that has always turned every crisis we've faced into an opportunity.
Never waste.
The only nation that can be defined by a single word: possibilities.
Oh, I thought it was freedom.
So on this night, on our 200...
It's subtle, but...
Yeah.
I thought, when I was growing up, the big word with America was freedom.
Yeah.
That was freedom. But no, according to Joe, it's possibility.
So on this night, on our 245th year as a nation, I've come to report on the state of the nation, the state of the union.
Oh.
And my report is this: the state of the union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago. And we'll be stronger a year from now than we are today. This is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time. And we will, as one people, one America, the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Go get him.
What?
Go get him.
Go get him?
Go get him.
You talking about the troops?
Go get go get them Russians.
Are the troops going to get the Russians?
I don't know.
He might have
given it away.
He may have given something away right there.
God bless her. I mean, he does say that at the end of other speeches.
Go
God
get
bless
him.
No. God bless and God bless our troops.
Yeah. Well, all the presidents say that.
Yeah, but the go get him. Yeah, you're right. It's
go get him. What do you mean go get him? You just said that. Yeah. He's been saying over and over, no boots on the ground. I don't know, man. That's scary. I think he's getting ready to send him over to go get him. Go get him.
Go get him. Are you motivated though?
Yeah.
Aren't you so happy that we live?
Can't you tell I'm so motivated?
In the most possibility, the land of the possibility.
Yeah. Wow. There's a lot there.
I know. This whole thing was one big trigger for a lot of people. I get it.
It really was.
But
go get him.
Go get him.
I guess go get him.
You know, I don't know that I don't know that we're ever going to have a president, at least in my lifetime, ever again, where it's such a bridge to the past, you know, in the present time, but also just so unfortunate, I guess. It's just
go get him, Gonz.
I just have no.
Maybe it's more of like a, you know, it's
like
kind
a
of
motivational
like
speaker. Go
a
get
general, just a general motivation, like whatever your him is, you know.
Yeah, whatever.
Go
your
get
thing
him.
is.
You're trying to do a podcast. Go get him. Go get that podcast.
Right.
Go get him. Go. You're trying to. Well, if you're a millennial, don't even think about trying to go get them a house or anything, or like any sort of economic opportunity. Don't go get them. But if you want to, work for the military and go get them, go get them.
What if you're part of the drug cartel?
Yeah, go get them.
Go get them.
Go get them. Hey, go get them.
Or weapons cartel, or
go get them.
Vaccine cartel.
Oh, go get them. Gotta go get them.
All right, there you go.
Right.
That's the state of our nation. I mean, State of the Union.
33 clips from the State of the Union address. Wow, each one a real winner in its own right.
I told you it was
each clip really went and got him.
Okay, all right. I think we're done. I'm spent.
I think so.
I need to go. I need to take the advice. I need to go get him, Basil.
You need to go get him. And you know who else is going and getting them, Gonz? Our clip
Flippy?
producers.
Oh, Clippy.
It's back to the Flippy update.
Circle back.
Yeah. Let's thank our Clippies.
Flippy on those videos. Thanks.
That's right. Thank you to our clip producers, clipping the shows out for the Canary Cry Clips channel. Those are Emsworth, Fayliverin, and Epsilon. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much.
Also, big old thank you to the timestampers.
Oh, that's a lot of things happening right there.
Oh, it's all the things,
I was about to burp. Oh, it was a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's hard work.
Thank you very much to our timestampers. Monday's timestamper was Jackie U. Thank you very much, Jackie U. Also, Christine, I don't know if we thanked Christine C for Fridays, but thank you, Christine C, for Fridays things. You got some meetups?
Meetups, yes. I moved it, so I don't know which one's which.
Canary Cry Meetup.
That was the right one. Okay, CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Birds of a feather, you know the thing. If you would like to meet other Canarians in your local community, we encourage you to do that. If you don't see a meetup happening near you on this list, you can put one on yourself. Choose a location, figure out a date and time, make a flyer, and we will help you promote it. Upcoming meetups. The Zoom meetup every third Saturday. That's being done by Ciara. Find out her contact info at CanaryCry.Meetups.com. She's also heading the Washington Canary Cry Community Meetup March 19th. That's coming up. I need to flip the calendar. I need to turn that so I can see. I think it's like 3 weeks away. A little less than 3 weeks now. Again, contact Ciara to learn more about that one. East Texas Canary Cry Meetup happening on April 30th. Dangerfield State Park. Contact Cool Runnings Mon for that one. We have the San Diego Meetup April 23rd. Contact Meredith for that one. It's at the Bergen Brewery in Carlsbad, California. And that's it for the ones that are scheduled. I think, if I'm not mistaken, somebody sent an email.
Mr.
Jag?
Jag wants to do a Zoom meetup. Now, he mentioned wanting to do a Zoom meetup on the third Saturday of every month. However, that is the same time that the Canary Cry community Zoom meetup is happening.
Right.
So I don't know if he was trying to.
Was he telling us that he's going to join that, or is he saying he wants to?
I think he wants to put on his own for the EU people.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it would.
So it might be a time zone
thing. Language thing, maybe.
Yeah.
Too, yeah.
So send us some more info on that, Mr. Jag, so we can pass that out. But yeah, so there may be multiple Zoom meetups going on soon.
Very good. That's it for the meetups. We'll be looking forward to hearing some reports from some of these upcoming ones here.
Yeah, indeed.
That's it.
And go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. We'll see you at the meetup.
This is fun! See you at
the meetup. And let's see what else we got. Oh, leave ratings and reviews if you could on Apple Podcast or Audible. If you don't have Apple Podcasts, use Audible, please. I think they let anybody leave a review around there. The reviews are very important to us for visibility and for new people to find the show. Not just because it's sort of a poster board of why people should listen to the show, but it activates the algorithms. When we get 5 or more or so reviews and ratings, then the algorithms take over and they just start sharing that show with a bunch of people sort of automatically. When we get 5 or more ratings or reviews a week, we get hundreds of new people every week who the show has been recommended to them. So it's extremely valuable. But don't take it from me. It's not necessarily about what good it can do for the show. It's that you don't want to be shamed by Gonz's grumpy uncle.
Ugly, horrible person. You must leave review on iTunes. And if you do not, you are ugly, horrible person. You bring shame to family.
That's
ugly,
right.
Horrible person.
And talking to you, Apple Podcast people, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of you who listen to the show on Apple Podcasts. You're already on the app. Go ahead and leave a rating and a review. I'm looking at our reviews right now. We only have 1 review this week so far. So we need to lock in a few more if we could. And that 1 review is from a Canadian. So it's not even going to show up on the U.S. Apple Podcast, but Canadian Apple Podcast is going to be stoked. So there you go. Come on now. Leave ratings and reviews. Appreciate it very much. We'll be reading those on Fridays. It's very fun. I do want to give a shout out to at Tyler Sears 2. Oh, yeah. Social media mentions. Yeah, hit it. Let me try again.
You want me to start over?
There we go. Yeah, start over. Well, we got to get this. Here we go. Okay, social media mentions for people who post links to the show out on social media. Again, it is harnessing the power of those algorithms to help new people find the show. Don't worry if you don't have followers or whatever. It's all about getting those links out there. And also, make sure to either tag us at Canary Cry News Talk or
is that at Canary Cry News Talk or at...
it depends where you're posting.
Oh, great.
We did not get our handle change approved over on Twitter for some reason. So we're still Canary Cry Radio over there. But tag us or use the hashtag to help us find your social media posts. Otherwise, it's hard to find. So remember, you got to tag us or use the hashtag Canary Cry News Talk. But I only saw 1 since last episode, and that was from at Tyler Sears 2. At Tyler Sears 2. Go follow him. Go connect with other Canarians online. We appreciate it. And whenever you can, please post a link to the show or a link to a video or a link to a stream. Retweeting our tweets is good also, but we'd much rather you copy paste your own link and post that. It helps a lot more when you do that. I know it's algorithms, it's a pain in the butt, but we'll give you a shout out on the show because it helps us out a lot. Okay, that does it for that. Thanks everybody for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. We are going to be back on Friday. That'll be the 4th of March. The 4th of March. May the 4th be March you. Stupid. But remember, we'll need some producers for that episode. We can only keep doing this show if producers keep producing the show. So you can produce the show by heading over to patreon.com/ccnt, or even better, CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right. Or even better, you can go sign up for the supply drop at CanaryCrySupplyDrop.com. I want to thank the producers of this episode 453, starting with our big, nice, wonderful executive supply drop producers, Joy T, PBM, Marie C, Clayton J, Brant W, Tim W, Valerie O, DOA Salesman, Roman G, Kelly P, Shelly G, The Green Mountaineer, Jackie U, Jason H, Zach R, Shanta M, Taylor H, and Cherie H. And of course, the rest of our beautiful producers, James W, Estimating 1, Discovery 3, Alex G, Guy L, Brianna S, Robert W, Tim A, Tristan S, Cloud Suriel, Morph, Palmer B, JC. Oh, sorry, that's Sir JC, Knight of the Techno Squatch. Oh, yeah. Sir Sigurd the Beast, Jason P, Alex, Protocol V2, Prudent 22, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, Doctor Who Done That, Child of God, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Thorn, Jackie U, Veronica D, Gail M, and Runk Smash. And of course, thank you to all of our audio producers, our artists, our microfictionists, everybody who makes the show what it is. We couldn't do it without you. But, there's lots of ways to produce the show. Like I said, you can create art, create jingles, create something special for the show. Send it on in to CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com or CanaryCryRadio@protonmail.com if you'd like. And we'd love to feature it on the show. Very important. Let's see. Did ratings and reviews? Yeah, go ahead and share the show. It's easy peasy. Just share it with your friends. Share it with your family. We're in this very special transitionary period where the news is not just about COVID anymore. So if people are kind of triggered by the COVID talk, they can get the real scoop, the lowdown on what's going on in Ukraine, instead of just, being spoon-fed the CIA propaganda or whatever. But also people are, they have a little bit more permission now to question the mainstream narrative, a very special time in history where people who may not have been open to analysis and deconstruction of the mainstream may be more open to it now. So share the show with your friends and family and let them know, we get it. The show can be a little weird for a newcomer, but it just takes listening to 1 or 2 episodes to start feeling like family. But other than that, you can figure out more creative ways to share the show. You don't have to do it in sort of the normal way. And we have lots of producers who try to get a little bit more creative, a little bit more eccentric, a little bit more maybe effective with their sharing of the show. And, there's lots of ways that they can do that. You can come up with your own way, or here's just an example. One example could be, run for Congress. Run for Congress. It's easier than you think. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene went ahead and did it. And she was just a nice lady. She was like a wine mom who had enough. And people are so fed up with politicians these days that what it really takes is some straight-talking, straight shooter Canarian.
Googly-eyed VR headset wearing.
To just
archery guy with.
There is a time now that is unprecedented where people are looking for just a regular Joe, somebody not, a maverick, a cowboy, somebody who's not afraid to question the mainstream narrative. That'll get you a whole bunch of votes. Let me tell you what, you can just run basically on that. You could have a slogan, a campaign slogan that's something like, don't believe them. Just spit out that spoon. That's your campaign slogan. Spit up that spoon. And they're like, what spoon? And you're like, the spoon-fed nonsense that the mainstream giving you. And then suddenly you'll be doing rallies, you'll be giving speeches, and people will bring spoons. That'll be like a whole thing. It's a great branding I'm handing to you on a silver platter here.
Spoon Man plays in the background, a little Soundgarden licensing going on.
Exactly. Hand out plastic spoons on the way into your rally and put it to everybody. Will have them in their mouth, and you're like, hello, my fellow Americans. And you'll hear like 100,000 people go, bleh, and then plastic spoons will just start pelting you on stage, but not in an aggressive or threatening way. That'll be those little cuts and nicks that you will get on your face from the flying spoons being projected out of somebody's mouth. A, you can show COVID who's boss, and B, that'll be little pelts and welts of approval from your voters. And once you'll definitely get elected. So get elected. Go ahead. Take your place in Congress. And when Biden rolls around next time to give the State of the Union, and he starts spouting a bunch of spoon-fed nonsense, you and your Congress homies, you're not the squad, you're the Congress homies. That's your cool name. You'll all take out a big box of plastic spoons and you'll throw them on stage. And you'll probably get taken out by some security guards, some Secret Service, for throwing spoons at the president. But man, will it make a splash on televisions and streaming screens and iPhones all across the nation. People who will be catching the wave. They're on to the president. They're on to the media. And as that handful of plastic spoons flies elegantly through the air across the floor of the Congressional Hall, a revolution will begin. And as those spoons land gently upon the president and Pelosi and Kamala and everybody, and they're just confused. They don't even know what's going on. They think it's like they think it's praise. They think they're a free gift. Spoons, great, yummy, 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 love them. But the people at home watching and being deconstructed on podcasts will know that we're done with the spoon-fed nonsense, and we're going to be looking for a podcast, and that podcast is called Canary Cry News Talk. But by then, if this is fully going to work, we're going to need to change our podcast name to Spoonary Spoon Talk, and then everybody will find it. It'll be great. That's just one way to share the show. You don't have to do it that way, but if you want, give that a try. We like to call it rattling cages, and if you have if you need any other instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. And by no means, FBI agents watching this, I am not glorifying spoon violence on the floor of the Congressional Hall. Nobody throw any spoons at anybody.
It's an in-spoon erection.
That might have been the funniest joke you've ever made, Gonz. It's an in-spoon erection. And don't do that. No violence allowed. It's just a statement, a very important statement. You cannot be spoonatized. Gonz, you have any last words?
How could I top my perfect joke that delighted you?
The spoon-surrection.
The spoon, in-spoon erection.
Yeah. That's good. All right. Well, have a wonderful in-spoon erection, everybody, and we'll be back on Friday. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Bye.
Bye. Take that spoon out of your mouth.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
My spoon's too big.
Feed him more.
space lane.
I'm an adult in a spaceship.
Supersonic space lane screamed to life and the vehicle swooped upward. On board, the passengers experienced a 3 Gs of force from the burst of extreme acceleration and watched the blue sky fade into space.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Oh, yeah.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Yes. Do it, Richard. Do it, Jeff. Do it for humanity.
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
He can accomplish it. You can too. Big windows, cool. Rocket ship, cool. Space plane, cool.
Nukes,
cool.
Blowing stuff up,
cool. Space plane, astronaut, rocket ship.
Amphibious anchor.
We have Basil as a human. Just look at him. Go to the bathroom in bags. He can go to the bathroom in the cosmos. It changed everything. Space, children in the cosmos.
Think minority
with your best friend, brother. Wives in the cosmos. Children in the space lane.
We are headed to space.
Amphibious anchor.
It's Corona time. COVID-19, COVID-19, COVID-19.
COVID-19.
COVID-19, 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 come down. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19,
Thank you, Jesus.
Crawl on your belly. Standing in the office of the prophet of God, in the Garden of Eden. I execute judgment on you, COVID-19. I execute judgment on you, Satan, you destroyer, you killer. You get out. We break your power. You get off this nation. I demand judgment on you. I demand a vaccination to come immediately. I call you done. No more. I call you gone. You come down.
What are we gonna do? Burn.
States of America, for God's sake.
COVID-19. It is over.
I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and heard my cry. He drew me up from the pit of destruction and set my feet upon a rock, making my steps secure. He put a new song in my mouth, a song of praise to our God. Many will see and put their trust in the Lord. Blessed is the man who makes the Lord his trust. He does not turn to the proud, to those who go astray after a lie. You have multiplied your wondrous deeds and your thoughts towards us, O Lord. None can compare with you. I will proclaim and tell of them, yet they are more than can be told. In sacrifice and offering you have not delighted, but you have given me an open ear. Burnt offering and sin offering you have not required. Then I said, Behold, I have come. In the scroll of the book it is written of me. I delight to do your will. Your law is within my heart. I have told the glad news of deliverance in the midst of many. Behold, I have not restrained my lips, as you know, O Lord. I have not hidden your deliverance within my heart. I have spoken of your faithfulness and your salvation. I have not concealed your steadfast love and your faithfulness. As for you, Lord, you will not restrain your mercy from me. Your steadfast love and your faithfulness will ever preserve me. For evils have encompassed me beyond number. My iniquities have overtaken me, and I cannot see. They are more than the hairs of my head, and my heart fails me. Be pleased, O Lord, to deliver me. Let those be put to shame and disappointed altogether who seek to snatch away my life. Let those be turned back and brought to dishonor who delight in my hurt. Let them be appalled because of their shame. But may all who seek you rejoice and be glad in you. May those who love your salvation say continually, Great is the Lord. As for me, I am poor and needy, but the Lord takes thought for me. You are my help and my deliverer. Do not delay, O my Lord.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo.
We will hunt you down and make you pay.
I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on in my people's zoo.
We're all gonna die.
Anyone in the world has.
Get vaccinated. They all want to share their data. Feed it more. Feed it more.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo. I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. In my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!